Hello. Hello. Hey, 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 hey! Spokój, szefie! 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 Hello, Malaki. Hello, Red Rose. My hugs are always long because I have to hug him for long and I have to punish him when he does bad things like wanting to bite my books. Okay. Hold on, browser, where do I, oh. Okay, see? We're starting with this. Yeah, eating books. He already ate the back, like, you know how books have this back thing, right? You know how books have this back thing? Well, he ate it off, okay? So, well, he didn't eat it off. He bit it off, but, you know. So I was angry. I was angry with him lately, okay? He bit off the whole back thing from the book, okay? I was angry at him super duper. But it's okay. I forgive him because he doesn't know what he's doing exactly. Fido! 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 The internet died again, by the way. The spine, yes. The internet has died again because I still have not fixed my internet problem. Hello, Snare Marie. Hello. I wonder if Twitch... Yes, Twitch has died. We've lost Twitch right off the bat. Okay, that's good. That's great. That's... I mean, who needs Twitch? Okay? Who needs Twitch when you can just not have Twitch? Okay? God, the internet died. And when the internet dies, Twitch dies because it just disconnects and it does not reconnect. Okay? Because my internet has been lately working like this. I use the internet, it dies for 5 seconds, comes back. I use it some more, it dies for 5 seconds. I mean, I depend on the money from Twitch as well, okay? I don't have... I do not have a lot of viewers on any single platform. Okay? So I depend on any dollarino you can get on any platform. As you can probably see, a goal meter has appeared. It's a train wreck, I know. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you very much. Did it change? Did it actually change? Hold on, let me see if it actually changed. Did it change? I don't see it changing. That is so weird. I don't know how to set it up correctly. Did it change? No, it changed, I think. It's 17 out of 15 now, and it was 16 out of 50. But the money for big expenses thing has not moved. Did you ever do any Toho drawings? I did. I did do Toho drawings for someone. Yeah. You can commission me tonight. Yes, you can commission me tonight. You know? Look, we're gonna do some doodles. I have a specific style that has been taught to me by my mom. Because my mom's a painter. And she always told me not to use boring lines, but to do lines like with varying pressure. Because it's more interesting and less boring. My stomach hurts again tonight, so hopefully we won't have any accidents. I would have not broke, thank you. A stream, that's right. A stream where I draw. Yeah. Alright, we've done this. Now let's do something new, okay? New illustration. What would you like me to draw? Let's look for some... Oh, do you know Astro Boy? Do any of you know Astro Boy? Please tell me you know Astro Boy. Please tell me you know the fabulous Astro Boy. Yeah. Okay. Now, do you know the famous adaptation of Astro Boy called Pluto? Have you heard of Pluto? An adaptation made by a super famous mangaka? No? Wow. Pluto. We have to now. Oh my gosh! I have to show you Pluto now. Pluto is this famous remake of Astro Boy. I think it's one of the best mangas ever. And in 2023 it received an anime adaptation. Finally. Okay, let's look at Pluto. Alright, I made the wiki of Pluto. Where's Clip Studio? Clip. Where's oh my gosh, I cannot find anything right now. Look, okay? Pluto, made by the remake was written by Naoki Urasawa and illustrated by Naoki Urasawa, very famous mangaka, okay? He created the manga Monster. Monster is a very famous manga and anime, if you've ever seen. Pluto is a Japanese manga series written and illustrated by Naoki Urasawa. It was serialized in blah blah blah. The series is based on Osamu Tezuka's Astro Boy, specifically the Greatest Robot on Earth story arc, and named after the arc's chief villain. Plot: Pluto follows the Europol robot detective Geschichte in his attempts to solve the case of a string of robot and human deaths around the world, where all the victims have objects shoved into or positioned by their heads imitating horns. The case becomes more puzzling when evidence suggests a robot is responsible for the murders, which would make it the first time a robot has killed a human in 8 years. All 7 of the great robots of the world, the most scientifically advanced, which have the potential to become weapons of mass destruction, seem to be the killer's targets, and the murdered humans are connected to preserving the international robot laws, which grant robots equal rights. Yeah, what do you think? Do you like it? I like it a lot. I think I cannot speak of the anime adaptation yet, of its quality, but the manga is one of the best mangas ever. It's really good. Really, really good. Okay? Please trust me. Do you trust me? Can you please trust me when I tell you that it's good? Why don't you trust? Okay, I see you trust me. I was about to ask you why you don't trust me, but I can see now that you trust me. When was the last time a robot killed a human in real life? We don't really have autonomous robots in real life, so probably never. Alrighty, let's do this. What do you want me to draw? Oh, I have, okay, I'm gonna draw this until, by the way, did you know, yeah, big stream, did you know that you can commission emotes, and an emote costs like $5? It's like a Bad Bunny emote. Yeah, you can commission an emote. A lot of the emotes that I've made were from commissions. Did you not know that? Did you know this secret of mine? Horses? You wanted a horse. You're getting a horse. I drew a horse. Thank you for the $10. Draw me like one of your French hens. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what does that mean? But thank you for the 10. Draw me. I can draw you. It looked like Bosch too. Yeah, because Bosch said he wanted to be a horse. Okay, for some reason this just doesn't work, okay? The donation thing just doesn't work for some reason. It's just not moving. I have no clue why the donation thing just doesn't work. What the hell? It just doesn't work. I have no clue how to make it work. Hold on, have I messed up something? How do I set it up? I thought I was good. I thought I was good and I set it up correctly, but apparently not. Apparently I did not draw it correctly. Apparently I messed up. Stream widgets. Maybe I'm using the wrong widget. I don't know. Yeah, I did. Hold on. I have to fix this somehow. No, it's just at $15 for some reason. It's stuck. I don't get it. I don't understand it. What? Did I mess up something? I don't get it. I even clicked to include subscriptions. Okay, I guess I will not include subscriptions. Maybe that will change something, okay? I don't know. I'm illiterate. No, it's still 15. I don't get it. Doom free in VR. Alright. So how... Okay, let's delete the horse. So wait, so what do you want me to do, Dr. Johns? What do you want me to do? Draw what? You said draw me like your hen or something. French hens, and I don't know what that means. Draw me like your French hens. And I have no clue what that means. I'm drawing you right now, Dr. Johns. How do you like that? This is a French hen, okay? This is exactly how a French hen looks like. Let me see if it's even... That's pretty okay. I'm looking at a reference, but you know. It looks pretty okay. Maybe... Oh. See? I knew it. See? Then in that case, I fulfilled your order. Nobody wants an emote? How do you like? How do you like the drawing? I thought you liked the drawing streams, but now that I'm doing it, like nobody's impressed. Or the fact that I've revived the tablet in order to give you the drawing. You don't see it? What? What do you mean? It's impossible. What do you mean? It's on the screen. How can you not see it? See Old Bay, Maryland, give Lucy money emote. True. I do need these amounts. These are precious emotes, okay? From a precious place on earth. Do you have any Fumo emotes? Fumo, what does that mean? What are Fumo emotes? I do need eBay. Old Bay. eBay. What do you mean you don't see it? Like, for a second there I was scared that I was drawing and the drawing was not on screen. Okay, how's the drawing? How do you like the drawing? How do you like? Oh, the Dr. Jones drawing? This is the Dr. Jones drawing. Okay, I'm gonna draw another layer. Okay, I'm gonna show you. This is how you do it, okay? There you go. This is the drawing for Dr. Jones. How do you like? I always knew that you'd like it. I always suspected. How many people are here? How many people like art? 7. 7 is the number of God. Did you know that? Even though I don't believe in God's existence, but 7 is still the number of God. So what would you like me to draw now? Co Jubilo? Yeah, what do you want drawn? Speak up, people. Speak up, people. Or do you need something like extra together with the drawing? Is my drawing not enough for you? Do we also need some sort of form of entertainment? Do you need to have a video on apart from the drawing? Try drawing me. Give me some reference. What? Sorry, what? But today's drawing is on commission. So drawing Estelle costs 20 bucks, okay? If you all truly want me to draw Estelle, then you must cough up 20 bucks. That is the price. That is how much Estelle costs. Wait, what's your Patreon tier? Can we crowdfund this? Yes, you can. I didn't say that to Estelle. I said that to the audience at large. You have a Patreon? Yeah, I do have a Patreon, yeah. It's not been doing so great, and I have to prepare more perks for the Patreon. I need to become more active on it, but I do have a Patreon. Do you want me to link it? Like, I had a whole controversial conversation with Chad Logic about my Patreon back in the day, a few years back now. Did you know? I'm happy to learn it's not a tariff on Estelle. It's okay. I'm putting a 125% tariff on Estelle. Since late 2022, oh my gosh, I should actually just draw you for free now. Now that you've said that, I should just draw you for free actually. Unironically. My Patreon has a perk that my Patreon has one of the best perks ever, okay? My Patreon has a perk that the amount of money you pledge per month becomes the discount for commissioning artwork from me. But nobody ever takes advantage of that. Until now. Well, your monthly discount is $1.50 Canadian. So technically speaking, that would be 20 bucks minus 150 Canadian. If we'd gone by that. But you've stayed at Patreon since late 2022, so I cannot complain. Many Patreons have like fell off. And I've been like, oh. Wait, send me reference on Discord. A photo or something. What? What happened? Oh my god, you're kidding me. No, it should be fine. What? It should be back. What's happening? What? Should be okay. So how am I supposed to draw you? Without reference. I'm not gonna show it on stream. I'm just gonna have it. I'm just gonna look at it off stream. I'm not gonna put it on the screen of the stream. How do you like drawing? How do you like the drawing so far? Confident lines that no, I don't think so. No, that's not her yet. How do you like? How do you like this little drawing? Do you like it? But if anybody wants to donate the 20 for the sake of Estelle's drawing, then I'm not gonna be angry. I'm not gonna say slurs. You know? I'm gonna save the slurs for later. You know what we have to watch with the draw? How much do we donate for slurs? $300. No wait, $500 for slurs. There you go. I dare you to meet. From a single person. Chad Logic is a slur. But yes, how should I proceed? Ah yes, so do you know Wick TV? So I've improved the settings of the stream, so the screen should be crispier and everything should be better. Apart from the fact that the internet is dying, I've improved the settings of the stream itself, so it should be crispier and nicer overall. Oh yeah, Wick went to Tim Pool lately. Did you not know that Wick TV went to Tim Pool? The chat died on stream. Oh my god. I mean, so many. No, it didn't. It's okay. No, it didn't. Oh, I lose viewers when the internet dies. That's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I have to fix the internet. Maybe it's I don't know what it is. If it's my cable, if it's the internet itself. Apparently the service has been pretty spotty recently. You know? In this particular company, but my brother claims it does not disconnect for him as much, and we live in the same house, so I don't know what to think. I don't know what to feel. It all started with my dog eating my internet cable. Okay, one day he just bit it in two. And then I used a substitute cable, which is an old cable that I already had. And I'm having trouble now. Should I just buy a new cable and try if it'll help with the problem? How old is your... It is a few years. Listen, if I wanted to replace components in my computer, I would need a lot more than what I put on as a goal. So like the stream. Oh, well, yeah, we did that. We reset the router. We went the reset the router route already. So anyway, Week TV went on Tim Pool. Week TV went on Tim Pool and debated Ukraine. Okay? Do you want me to watch that while I draw and comment? Do you want me to react to a debate that Week TV had on Tim Pool against a person called Lactoid? Yeah, do you want me to? I can see you're excited. I can see it in your eyes. You want me to, okay? I can feel your anger. It gives you power. It gives you focus. So go on then. See? Zoshelix wants it. Zoshelix is hungry for exciting Tim Pool shenanigans. I'm not sure if I'm gonna stay in a jovial mood once I start hearing this silly, let's just say, arguments from Lactoid on Ukraine that it was a coup A coup. A coup. It was a coup. Atsobdetat. Atsobdetat by an evil Ukraine regime. Atsob. I just want to see Wick make an absolute ass of himself. I don't know. I'm gonna tell you, since Wick is on Ukraine's side in this, I'm gonna be rooting for Wick. How is Stinky Lucy? My tummy hurts. I'm doing an art stream. I'm doing a long stream because I'm trying to fundraise money for important expenses. And yeah. That doesn't make him a good ally. Yeah, but it makes him better than Tim Pool and Lactoid. I'm in a griefing mood. Why? I'm definitely not rooting for Tenant Pool. True, Tenant Pool. I hate it that it's tenant, okay? Because I like the word tenant. Because when I think tenant, okay, it's written slightly differently, but still, I think it's written slightly differently. I think of David Tennant, one of my favorite actors, okay? David Tennant is a really wholesome actor. And he did great as the Doctor, so. So the Tennant media, I was very upset with the Tennant media thing because it soiled the word tenant. It sounds so similar. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Drink the toilet water? What the hell is happening out here? What? What? I'm sorry, what? What is going on in the YouTube chat? This is wild. Making Zoshelix drink the toilet water. I guess nobody likes art. My viewership is below the regular, I think. Usually it's like 10 plus, okay? Let's see how many people are here. This is gonna be my litmus thing as to if I should even continue doing art ever on stream. Nine people watching, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see as the stream goes. Okay? The generative chat was waiting that from Twitch chat. I mean, you know. You like art? Wait, you're not home, are you? Not here? We should chat while we... While I draw, we should chat. Okay? Do you know, have I mentioned that your favorite streamer is streaming again? Have I mentioned that your favorite streamer is streaming again? And has more viewers than me? Naturally. President Sunday streaming? No. Caffles. Dylan Burns TV? Wait, not here. I thought I was your favorite streamer. Okay, never mind. I see. I see I've been demoted. Boo, Caffle sucks. Well, you know. You quit streaming? I'm streaming now! How could I quit streaming if I'm streaming now? And I'm incorporating more stuff like art. Oh, plus Caffles. I mean, Brooks is streaming? I actually don't know if Brooks is streaming or not. Brooks is running away from me and does not accept my debate challenges, so... Brooks is running away from me. Brooks is exhibiting cowardly behavior, okay? Should be doing in the fold in a few. Exactly. And then you're gonna abandon me, even though... What a shame. It's probably because I don't use the big words like resentment and stuff. I only watch 6 streamers. 1, Dylan TV. 2, Lucy has it. I've literally been demoted to 2nd place. I have literally been demoted to 2nd place. Wow. My own editor has demoted me to 2nd place. Wow. Okay, I see. I see how it is. Well, that is how Brooks says it. Resentment. He's ignoring me. He's not even addressing the fact that I've been demoted to 2nd place. I read 2 pages of Anti-Oedipus and almost understood it. Who needs Oedipus? Okay? Oedipus. Drawing is fun, true. This is blush. This is a blush thing. I have to DM someone, okay? Real quick. There you go. Who at me? Lucy had to fire her editor for not being their favorite streamer anymore. True! True! I actually did DM him. And about this, okay? I'm upset, okay? That is actually the DM that I sent. Me being upset about being demoted. I'm not even gonna try to hide it. I'm not even gonna try to pretend that I'm not upset. Doggy was all wet. It was raining, etc. And he was all wet when he was in the garden, you know, when he came back from the garden. And now he's lying down near the radiator and he's getting all warm, okay? He's lying here next to the radiator, which is emitting heat, and he's getting all warmed up. Isn't that exciting? This is one of my top 10 streams. Okay, name your top 10. I want to see where I am in the top 10, and I want to know who I am stacked against. Felsin Forma. Okay, give me your top 10, okay? One of top 10? Okay, give me your top 10 then. Yes, it is radiating heat. Heroes is within my top 46 streamers. Okay, Moho, name them all. Name all of your 46 streamers, and I want to see which number I am at. Okay?
Okay, fails in forma, name them. Actually, it's kind of funny to take a non-standard number of something that doesn't end up with 5 or 0 something. Oh, okay. Moho, how do you like my drawing? How do you like my art, Moho? Are you enjoying the drawing stream? It's cute, thank you. Also, we have a goal tonight. We have a goal. Lucy Hazet to Angeri Reggemer, I don't know, Free Present Sunday. For Weo 5. I don't know most of them. Oh yeah, it's a sketch, so it's okay. It doesn't matter at this point. NFT stream? Yes. My favorite. My favorite type. So what do you want me to draw? Wow. My editor is ignoring me in DMs. Just saying. My son just sent a sad emote. In alphabetical order, Brooks and President Sunday, female Unix, Gooks, Ice Beans, Kid Not Kin. I'm under Kid Not Kin? Wow, I'm under Kid Not Kin. What is scaffolding? It's alphabetical, so you don't know where you are. Oh. Really? Will you donate for me to do it? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm not drawing that, okay? I'm not drawing that. I'm not going to draw rusztowanie, okay? I'm gonna use the Polish term. I'm not drawing a rusztowanie, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm not sorry for not drawing a rusztowanie for you. Cause it's too meticulous and boring. No, I'm not, nope. Unless you donate, then I will. That will cost you $20. $20. $5 for a Pokemon. Pikachu. Hold on. What is the... Oh. Because I know you cannot keep your attention on just one thing. So we're not at very important level of description yet then? What? What? I'm not drawing construction site, you know, I'm not drawing a construction site, whatever thing that you use to hold the buildings together, okay? Most of it would just require me to reuse a ruler. Okay? No, I'm not doing that unless you pay 20 bucks. Then I might, but it would be super boring to watch. I'd probably just cheat and trace it. Okay? I'd probably just do it via tracing. Draw the rusztowanie. Listen, I will do it if you donate 20 bucks. Just get better at drawing straight lines. Listen, I'm gonna... Where's FF Tactics? Because I know you cannot withstand to be watching two things at once, just me drawing, okay? I know you need Final Fantasy Tactics apart from me drawing. Jeśli you have an opinion on the vodka spiritus Duch Puszczy, that's 95%. That's not a vodka spiritus. Duch Puszczy is not a vodka, actually. Duch Puszczy is a liquor. And I'm pretty sure it's based on a fruit. And I've been given Duch Puszczy. I think the full name is Leśny Duch Puszczy or something. But I've been given it to taste a little bit. I think it was good. Will it kill you? I mean, I'm alive and I drank it. So apparently not. Wait, hold on. Wrong Final Fantasy Tactics. Jesus. Hello Lucy, we're chilling today for now. You're doing a long stream. We're not just chilling. We're gonna do politics as well. I'm gonna do a big TLDR of the tariffs because things been happening. I have to recap, okay? Trump tariffing all the countries, then Trump freezing the tariffs on all the countries and placing a 125% tariff on China because China did a counter tariff of 83% or something. And now China has given the US a counter tariff of 125% and called the US tariff policy a joke. Don't make me yearn for Wick. Draw a tactician. Wait, what? What the hell? What happened to my save? Okay, something's wrong. Okay, something's very, very wrong. Something has happened. What? Hold on. What? have I lost all of my saves? Have I lost my save from Final Fantasy Tactics? If I lost, I swear to God, if I lost my save from Final Fantasy Tactics again, I'm gonna throw a fit. Okay? I'm gonna throw... Oh, if I lost my save from Final Fantasy Tactics all of a sudden, randomly, I'm gonna be so pissed. You don't even know how pissed I'm gonna be. So are we watching the Wig versus Timpool debate? No, it's not Wig versus Timpool, it's Wig versus Lactoid. But yeah, we're gonna do it tonight. We're gonna do a bunch of things tonight. Yes, I did get it from the website. Okay. Okay. Good. Okay, yes. Okay, I've got my save. Good. Okay, I've not lost my save. Okay? I've just turned on the wrong version of the game. Good. Okay. We are safe. Okay, let's go. I don't know, things get corrupted. Look at this cutscene. What long loading is this? Will it really work with the stone? You saw it too, right? I'm sure it does. You should hear something. Hey, look, it moved. No, no go. System setup completed. Everything is normal. Master, what is your order? Wow, it spoke. Yep, it is. We're doing a long stream tonight, Vladimir, so we're doing drawing together with gaming and politics, okay? Ramza, give him an order. What? An order? No, I'm scared. Don't be silly, you're his master. Repeat, order please. That is what my dog tells me. Order please. No, I'm kidding, my dog shits on my orders. He literally says, I shit on your orders. Gucci, bougie, bougie. Baby boy. Well then. Dance. Dance, dance. Do better than that. Alright. He's dancing. You don't seem to mind it. No, I don't. I wonder if he's strong. I am very strong. Well then. Beat Mustadio up! Wow. Lucy is on the artistic spectrum, true. Do better than that! Help! Phoenix down! Where's the Phoenix down? Oh my god. Ramza's a bully. Worker 8, Steel Giant, add to the party. Who do I kick from the party now? Remove me? No way. I'm you and you are me. What a creepy thing to say. Remove me? I am you and you are me. I only have one chocobo. I only have one chocobo. I have no clue who to kick. Unironically, I'm running out of people to kick. Holy crap. What do I do now? I cannot, I tried. And then I will have to have space for Cloud. What the hell? Okay, Boko. You're up. Burp. Wait, hold on, I have to check the guide. Why is there such a small limit of the characters that you can have? Silly. Well, let me check the guide. What do I do now? Okay, let's go. Oh yeah, I do have character in the bar mission, yeah. $10? Can Lucy Kadzai has new PFP when you're done? Please, if you're talking comms. Yes, you can. What would you like your PFP to be? Do you mean on Discord? It can be animated, like I've made fake Alec Kyle Parker an animated profile picture. Check it out and see if you like it. Chocobos are only in Final Fantasy games. When you leave GOG, Bastardio will tell you he found a strange machine. Okay. Let's see. Yes, you mean on Discord, right? Yes, there was, yeah. I even played it, I think. And then it was also a Chocobo dungeon. I had a good feeling. Okay, let's go to the Zeltana castle. Oh, I don't have... Oh, I have to do more story. Okay, let's do some story then. Finally, we'll do some story missions for once. Thank you for the donations tonight. You're being very generous. You're helping me fulfill my dreams. You are best. Should I use the robot? You want me to use the robot? There is also a mobile game that immediately crashed and burned on launch. There are many such games. Fisto? Damn. Mephistopheles. Gee, so many enemies. This game does have nice music though. I hate to say it, but I think I still like Final Fantasy Tactics more than Triangle Strategy. No offense to Triangle Strategy, okay? Oh my god! Ugh. Wait, what is Lost Technology? Yeah, because I told you I've been grinding, so the random encounters became ridiculously strong. I've told you, but you didn't believe me. Like, all the monsters level up and they don't need equipment. I have a high level, but my equipment is not as strong as my level. The level of my enemies. And that's why work. I might as well make the game a bit larger. But I will have to draw at some point. No, you won't. Trust me, you won't. I'm trying to max all the jobs. Chips! What the hell, chips? Hello! Also streaming right now. Lucy, say hi to chat. Hello, insides. Okay, I'm resetting, okay? I've made a mistake. Letting that... No wonder this Lancer died in one hit. He's level 26. I should have kicked him off the team instead of the Chocobo. Wait, how many people are watching? Insides. Listen, if you donate, I will be able to fix my internet. No, that's not the person in a mission. Okay, I still have the Chocobo now. Hilda is level 20. We're getting rid of you, Chips. Oh god, Chips. We're getting rid of chips. No mercy, okay? That was a mistake. I got from 10 to 3 viewers because I was raging at Hearthstone. I pushed everyone away. I thought people loved it when streamers raged. It's okay, he's wearing crap. I ironically thought that streamer audiences love it when streamers rage and are angry. How many people are watching me right now while we're at it? Have I pushed people away? 9 people. I'm still unsure about whether or not I should do art. As things stand, I'm still on the fence. How is everybody doing? Also, I should live chat and not top chat. How is everybody doing? Tell me, please, and then I'll tell you how. Aww, she got closer to the radiator. Woody, 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 boy. Come on, boy. Little boy. Get you. Lucy became a status quo centrist fence sitter. True. I became a fart sitter. Oh, wait. What time is it? Is it time for my HRT? No, it's not. Just in a few minutes. Add to the party. Okay, Chips, we're getting rid of you. Chips is getting the Chips Act. Level 26. Bye-bye. I see it and I'll go, but don't regret it later. Goodbye. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. Most streamers I've come across who do art aren't as engaging, which I think is more due with the streamers, but it is an untapped audience. Yeah? Wait. You mean not as engaging as me, or are you saying I'm engaging? Is this true? Are you being sincere? Is this sincere praise I'm sensing from you? Okay, Hilda is the one that I wanted. Robot. Dr. John's chatting while performing an open heart surgery. True. That is what makes Dr. John so awesome. Won't go so far as to say that. Oh, okay, I don't deserve genuine praise. Okay, I see. Convenient Estelle. You won't go as far as to say that I'm getting sincere praise. Okay. I don't want to name who I think is boring. The internet's getting worse. The internet's just getting worse. And it pisses me off. It's just getting worse. Now the internet dies for more than just 5 seconds. I don't know. Oh, yeah? Let me check something. Where do I... How I didn't cause Lucy to rage quit? You did, because you called me boring and non-engaging. Donate to Lucy so she can get new dog-proof cables. True! Oh my god, thank you, Dr. Jones. You understand my feelings. The robot is useless, by the way, because the robot cannot walk anywhere. Now that's jumping, okay? Hello, John the Brazen. Would you consider donating, please? On the page, Lucy has a .org/live. If you're so engaging, why are we engaged? Wow, okay. Are you saying I'm not? Okay, I see. No, okay, it's okay. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine, it's okay. We're not, okay. I managed to spend 110 pounds on booze last night. Oh my god. What I would have done for 110 pounds, you have no idea how much I need 110 pounds right now. I'm just happy to be a part of something. I'm not engaging, you're just happy to be a part of... Wow, okay, I'm being roasted tonight. Not only is my audience small, the people that watch me just roast me. Okay. Yeah. You should drink water while drinking alcohol, then you will not have a big hangover. It's a very important lesson about drinking alcohol. That's something being watching Lucy. Thank you. I do enjoy you as the viewer. I actually like playing multiplayer games with you. We should do that more often. I should have a more solid schedule because I've been messing up hard on scheduling. I'd have a bit of McDonald's coffee before falling. Coffee dehydrates you even more! Okay, you dehydrated yourself with alcohol. And then you dehydrated yourself further with coffee. That just made your hangover worse. Wow. I cannot believe. Yes! Coffee dehydrates. Listening to stream while playing Valhalla, Lucy. Thank you. Thank you. You are one of the nice people. We're gonna kill the enemies with Phoenix down. You should drink water with alcohol. Otherwise, you will suffer from resentment, as Brooks would say. And you don't want to suffer from resentment, okay? Resentment is not good. Did you know? Yee! Did you know that I debated and defeated Brooks? Piku juice, where are you? Pikurik? Pikuri? I'm Pikuri! Uh-huh, sure it is. And yet, Brooks say that everybody suffers from resentment, okay? Yeah. You get a resentment, you get a resentment, you get a resentment, and you get a resentment. Like, Brooks is like the opera of resentment. Boo? Oh gosh. Oh no, 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 don't hit me. Wow. Oh, robot. Okay. Let's go, robot. Oh. Oh, wow. Way to go, robot. Wow, robot has so much health. Holy crap. As long as robot will not try to take over the world like the one in Invincible. I was just wasted. I'm drinking water now. I mean, it's good to drink water, but you should drink it while you drink, not to get the hangover. Your Lancer can even jump. What do you mean it can jump? Yes, it can. Look. What the hell? Why did I do that? What pushed me to do that? I'm not very smart, as you can see. Plainly. Right, because there's no such thing as a moral force. What's labeled morally is a phenomena which arises within the social animal that feels powerless and humiliated. Wow. That sounds woke and gay. Okay? Are you woke and gay? You should buy my coffee. It's called Apolitical. Okay? I wish for my coffee to be on the shelves one day. My super duper coffee called Apolitical. My apolitical coffee. Who is the better gamer, Lucy or Elon Musk? Elon Musk, of course. Also, you should stop being white. Elon Musk is, of course, the better gamer. I don't have nearly as good a character in, The Path of Exile 2. Duh! Also, I have more resentment than Elon Musk. I was born white. It is not okay to be white. Please stop. Oh. That Craftful Coffee already has anti-woke coffee market tapped. No. You have to buy my apolitical coffee. How many of you are familiar with a guy called The Quartering? Just to make sure that you understand the reference that I'm making. With a dash of Nazism? We should ask The Quartering. Basement Pisser. Yeah, that one. So he has like a brand of coffee, apparently that's called apolitical or something. And he wishes for it to be in the mainstream shops one day. But unfortunately, his business have been thwarted by evil leftists because he bought a bunch of packages for the coffee. And they found out about his channel and political beliefs, and they decided to tell him, screw yourself. And now The Quartering begs for money to get equipment to do his own packaging or something. Wait, have I never mastered Squire or... Wait, I've never mastered Squired with Ramza? What? That's weird. I could have sworn that I've mastered those jobs with Ramza. Is there a bug happening? Wait, is there a bug happening? I don't have any more skills to learn with the Squire, with Ramza. Why isn't it master? What? Wait, why isn't the job mastered? What the hell? Did it get bugged or something? He's 300k in debt now because he had to buy the equipment and definitely not drop shipping his coffee. Yeah. It's... Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, I guess I'm gonna change his job to chemist now. To master the chemist. Hold on. I should teach him some skills. Please buy my coffee. Sad face. That's so funny. You say like, hello dude, maybe lower the price a little bit and don't order expensive packages. Or maybe don't be a PR disaster. That could also help, you know? If you're gonna have a business that deals with people, you could consider not being a PR disaster. As a little friendly advice from me personally. Thank you. I think somebody can gift subs. I mean, anybody can that chooses to. Resentment. You know? Don't be mean. Don't be mean. That was a funny joke though. A little bit of dark humor about student loans, but still. I'm gonna use this guy. He's my champion. I'm not using Robot anymore. Robot has disappointed me. $103 for $3 screws. There's no such thing as a good boo. My favorite music from Final Fantasy Tactics. We're gonna do so great on this one. Hype music. Buh, buh. Buh, buh. Buh. Buh, buh. Don't sue me. What? What do you mean you can't hear the music? That's impossible. You should be able to hear the music, okay? How can you not hear the music? Wait, hold on. What's wrong with the... Really? You cannot hear the music? I messed up. Hold on. Can you hear the music now? No, it wasn't by design. I want you to hear the music. No, I won't crash the stream. This is my favorite track of the whole game. Oh wow, that was silly. That was a waste of turn. Magisaw! Shock! Oh. Well. Oh wow, that's actually pretty good. Wow, that was pretty strong. Lucy's Coffee Shop sounds like a good name for a starter business. Also, why not make cheap packages with Fido's face that holds coffee pack? That sounds not so... Yeah, it does. Maybe in the future, I'll do a coffee thing. We're doing whatever you do in FFX with this one, lads. I spoke too soon about doing well in life. Dale! No! No! Samurai! Samurai! Alright. But no! But what's happening? Oh my god, what is happening? Duh. 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 Bleh, bleh. Bleh. Woohoo! Yay! Will I make it to the story missions? I can't believe I'm watching I'm playing Destiny's favorite game, Boom. And yet, I don't have a ton of viewers. What's happening? Can somebody explain? Boom. Die. Quacker. Yohanan. Yohanan. Yechonan. What do you mean Twitch poll ended up balkanizing? What? What are you referring to? What do you mean Twitch poll ended up balkanizing? What hard R? Bleh. Die. It fractured and apart into smaller groups that all hate each other. Wait, wasn't that always the case? What? Oh my god, okay, things became dire all of a sudden. Okay, I'm gonna ask the audience a question. What was the best period for Twitch Paul, in your opinion, if there was one, of course? And why was it before? And why was it before I ever started streaming? What was the best period for Twitch Paul, and why was it before I ever started streaming? Because Steven doesn't play FF anymore, and now all Destiny does is playing Factorio on low difficulty and also drama streams. Wait, how do you know he plays it on low difficulty? I'm genuinely asking. I'm not even kidding. I'm asking genuinely how you know that he's playing it on low difficulty. I never really got into Twitch. I use now, but I'm not more of a YouTube person. Three days ago was the best point of Twitch Paul? How come? But they were all held together by a single corrupt power, the Soviet Progressive Victory Union. I mean, I like Twitch. Okay, what was the best point for BreadTube then? And why is it before I ever started streaming? Wait, no! He doesn't even have Phoenix down! I'm screwed, aren't I? Oh. Wait, why do you assume that? Okay, what was the best time for online political streaming, okay? I'm gonna make it as simple as possibly possible, okay? Ugh. Oh my god, I'm in real trouble now. Okay, I'm resetting. I'm not gonna let permadeath get my guy, who's a woman. I sure hope I saved the game. Did I save the game? I sure hope so. You should have been a content creator when Gamergate died, like how millennials should have bought a house before being born. I think I'm okay. Yeah, okay, let's go. Let's go to the story mission. Well, that was easy. Lucy should start her own Gamergate. Blech. Look at this. Alright, boom. 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 And I think I will use the calculate. No. Samurai. Alright. YouTube just seems to be promoting drama and not allowing politics stuff to thrive. People say that they get new viewers from YouTube algorithm without mentioning Twitch. I don't get new viewers from YouTube algorithm. I get haters from YouTube algorithm. Also, why not become part of a big gaming community and start streaming what's popular at the moment? Because I would have to have enough money to always buy the thing that's popular at the moment, okay? That would require all of you to either donate or gift me what's popular at the moment. As long as we're here, you cannot pass, says this random guy, Nantengard. Hold up. Wait, where's my... Oh, it's on the table. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. When you become big and famous, you should have a full stream setup with a soundboard and disco lights. True. So, never. Also, it seems like YouTube algorithm gives me only haters who that want arts. I mean... like, what am I supposed to say if I go to my videos and I see comments that say, why did YouTube recommend me this crap, okay? And Lucy more like Luke, or never seen a Lucy looking like that, or I don't know, stuff like that. People that like watching me never want to leave nice comments, okay? Only haters leave comments for the most part. I'm gonna punch someone. I'm gonna punch you. No. Oh wow. I'm butchering those missions now. Oh wow, yeah, no thanks. See? I'm so over leveled. I'm so over leveled that I'm just massacring. This is a massacre, those story levels right now. There. Drunk call into the fold. Having tried. Wow. Listen. I'm not gonna go there, okay? I'm already frustrated as is. How many people are in the audience right now? Let's see if there's more than 10. 11! Oh wow, okay, my mood's better. I'm all better now. I'm all better. I have recovered. What do I do now? That's why it costs money to get money. You need to buy drugs to have viewers, and you need viewers too. Listen. The right viewers don't... I mean, you want to watch me, but... not many right viewers want to watch me. I'll say that, okay? I rarely reach 30 viewers live. Hold up. Boom! Look at me doing these people. I wish this had the mechanic of... Hey! Oh wow, okay. I'm a left viewer. But you're a leftist? Also, most of content creators now are either playing lame games or doing both with drama. I don't know what to say, Lucy. I better prefer watching lame content creator playing cool game than the opposite. Wait, are you saying that I'm a lame content creator? That's because Lancers are strong. Vladimir, are you saying I'm a lame content creator? Or are you saying that I'm playing lame games? Because I will remind you that I play Cossacks Free, okay? You're not saying that Cossacks Free are a lame game, are you? Xandro has been falling off big time. Listen, he still has like hundreds of live viewers. His excessive use of weed probably didn't help because he wasn't reading the articles he was quoting and was just being dirt-brained. I mean, there are pretty well-established content creators that are pretty intense weed users. I wouldn't blame it on the pot. They're not reading the articles. Well, there's one way to become cooler. Start to play Path of Exile on hardcore, but also do it better than Elon Musk. I mean, I have to still finish the Path of Exile on normal. The story. Before I start thinking even about... Hey. And just what diet store brand am I? Whose diet store brand am I? Hey. Uh-oh. They're all using their charged attacks at me. Bullying. Oh no, what? Come on. That was unfair. Temu? Who's Temu? As a former stoner, I think you can overdo it. It stops you doing the things that make you happy, like having friends. I mean, I don't know. I know some pretty intense stoners and they have no problems with friends and reading and doing stuff. Well, that did not put him to sleep. They're pretending to be... No, trust me, they don't. Trust me, they don't pretend, okay? Trust me when I say there's no pretending involved. All my friends abandoned me when they discovered weed because I don't smoke. If you don't spend all day just comatose, you're not an intense stoner. I mean, isn't being an intense stoner not about lying comatose, but about the amount of weed that you consume? True, not everyone is capable of beating that game on hardcore from the start. It's just another example why Elon is playing on private server. He's just incapable to go through real PoE experience. Wait, Elon Musk is playing on a private server? Why? Genuinely, why? Is he actually playing on a private server? Why though? Wait, he's playing on a private server because people are messing with him? Really? Is that what's happening? It did come to my attention that apparently he's getting bullied. Alright. They hit. Who is No Justice? They made usernames like Elon Musk is a pedo, Kevin Logan has a small following, he must share studies with No Justice. I think Kevin Logan is criminally underrated, by the way. Like it's a crime that Kevin Logan has such a small audience. Just saying. Kevin Logan does seem to have a criminally slow, like small audience. I honestly don't know why that's the case. I've been to Birmingham. It's a really nice place. In fact, I've been to Birmingham more than once. The Green Party member works for Novara Media as a contributor. I care a lot, and yet I have a little audience, okay? Even though I care a lot. He wasn't as consistent as others like Steve Sipes too. I'm pretty consistent, I think. Okay, am I okay? Be honest with me. Am I consistent? Bleh. Right? I'm consistent. No Justice became successful quite quickly. Think she's been around maybe 2 years now. Aww. There. Uh-oh. What time we getting through the week BS? We could do it now. Chat could vote. Do you want me to go through the week BS now, or? Wow, okay. He blocks everything. That's, wow, crazy. The skin billionaire got cyberbullied on his private server where he's paying other Wait, hold on. I thought he was playing on an official server when he paid people to play for him. But he was paying for people to play for him on a private server? That's so pathetic. No way. Is that true? That cannot be true, can it? Why would you pay somebody to play for you on a private server? Huh. She's clever and knows what she's talking about. Wait, am I not clever? Don't I know what I'm talking about? He probably sucks people playing for him because they can justify their job. I don't know, he's a busy man. He got a lot of stuff to do while Donald Trump. Have you said you? Oh, I haven't. Thanks for reminding me. Now I have. Thank you. All right. Also, there's a limit. There is a limit of days a special employee can be an employee. So Elon Musk's time at Dodge is actually limited. Let's save game. I think your content is different to No Justice. She does almost exclusively politics. I do a lot of politics, don't I? I do a lot of politics. I do. You don't talk about enough about Resentment, maybe. I'm not Brooks. You hate me because I'm not Brooks? Is that it? You hate me because I'm not Brooks? Oh wait, I promised you. Okay, we're doing story now. I forgot. Okay. While we're doing story, we're not gonna be. We're watching Wick soon. Wick looks so different on Tim Pool, by the way. Like a totally different man. I am Mary Dalolul. I came to avenge my brother. Avenge your brother? What are you talking about? You're denying it? Islude, whom you killed at Revolver, was my brother. I'm going to kill you, not for the high priest, but for my brother. I don't have steel. Thank you for telling me. I don't have steel with anybody. But thanks for telling me that I can steal it. Wait, she joins? Who do I kick to? Wait, that's not Save the Queen, that's Defender. Wait, he's Luda, I didn't kill him. God damn, I just been hit with insight. Just my thoughts, but what if Elon hire employees with extra recruitment for being fit for a job and one more recruitment was be good at video games? Wow. Of course. What was I wanted to check something, but I forgot what. Do you know what happened at Riovanes? That wasn't doing of any human. Isluda was killed by Lucavi. Lucavi appeared and killed my brother? Haha, that's pretty wild. Can't you come up with a better lie than that? You're the same as Isluda, you don't know the truth. You don't realize you're just pathetic puppets dancing for the bad guys. The stones aren't just objects of faith, but have power to work miracles. That power is different for each side, but they're using it for evil. Wake up, Meliadou. You're Ilvado deceiving you. You expect me to believe that? Ridiculous. Varmav is our father. Ooh! I will break her. Pervert. What? Uh-oh. You were right. It's okay, we'll get new equipment soon. I think. It's Ramza. Huh? Wait, auto potion? Why isn't auto potion working?
57? You weakling. Hey! Die, weakling. What? Oh, we're gonna shoot her. She has auto life. Yoink. But, oh wow, okay. That's not fair. No auto potion as well. I hate it when auto potion just doesn't work for no reason. No, I didn't run out. I still have like 40. Look. See? I didn't run out. Yeah, alright. We're getting through the enemies. We're gonna have to replenish the arms. What's your name? Scarlet. Ah, whatever. All right. True. Die. Hey, hey, hey. Ooh. What? Ramza? Ramza? So Wickle did about some country which is somewhere on the middle of nowhere, somewhere in Europe, and he decided to debate about it with Tim Pool, but also do without visiting it prior. Yes, that's right. Listen, he visited Tim Pool. Is that not enough? Is that not enough for you? That he visited Tim Pool? My most powerful unit is blocked. The handsome jaw guy. What the hell is this? I'm not getting wrecked. I'm not. I'm not getting wrecked. I'm not.
Hey! You're getting wrecked. Okay. If you want me not to get wrecked, you should consider donating, okay? Now look who's getting wrecked. Hey! Excellent. Now who's getting wrecked? It would motivate me to be better. Finida. Plus, I'm doing good. As you can see, I'm winning, aren't I? To answer the question, Trump's gonna blink first. Of course. The internet is racist against Polish people. We're gonna talk about vaccines today, by the way. I'm so okay. Have you heard of the magazine called The Lancet? Please tell me you've heard of The Lancet. I mean, if I want to do a reaction, I mean, we can speak about it, but the real top G content would be invite Anna and do reaction to Wix debate with her. She always do top comments. I mean, I can DM her if you want. Do you want me to DM her right now and ask her if she wants to join? If it's your wish, then I will DM her right now and ask her if she's here to join me. There you go. I'm doing it on Discord. Hello. Are you here? And would you like to react to the Wick Tim Pool thing with me? There you go. I asked. I asked just because of you, Vladimir, okay? I know the Lancet drone also. The Lancet is an important medical journal. Yes, yes it is. But do you know what the Lancet did? Jordan, you might be shocked to learn that the Lancet is what started the whole BS thing about vaccines being responsible or linked to autism. The Lancet is what started this myth, okay? By printing a fraudulent article by a quack who did a fraudulent study about the causative link of vaccines to autism. That is where it all started, in the Lancet. And I'm really resentful about that, okay? Because the myth, it's one of the most, I think it's it is literally credited to be the most damaging misinformation, medical misinformation of the 20th century. The Lancet article on No, it all started with the Lancet. The Lancet created that whole thing. Yep. We're gonna be talking about it today. It retracted it, of course, because the international medical community completely debunked it, but yes. What the hell? Are you kidding me? No, this one is, I didn't know that, unfortunately. Also, first time hearing about it. Well, we're gonna do a whole big segment about it because I'm really pissed. My friend did a whole video about it, but it's in Polish because my friend's a Polish YouTuber. But she did a comprehensive... Wow, okay. She did a whole comprehensive video about it. Come on! Dude! This is stupid, and now she'll just broke all of my equipment. Really? She'll just break all of my equipment willy-nilly, and I cannot do anything about it? I hate stuff like that. You could make your edge explaining Polish politics to the English-speaking world. Every time, anytime I breach any Polish topics, that's one of my least viewed videos. When I turn it into a segment. Just saying. I mean, I could be talking about the current... presidential run. I could tell you about the presidential candidate of the Confederacy Party that is running his campaign on university should not be free. Yes, there's a candidate in Poland that wants to be president who runs his campaign on we should get rid of free universities and think it's a great idea. That people will vote for him on that. Yeah, let's make university not free. That'll improve things. Oh, you're strong. No wonder Viagra lost. Listen, the next time we meet is the day you die. Remember that. Oh. I mean, Poland does not have exactly a presidential system. Poland has a president and a prime minister. Poland has both. So... And the president has less power than the prime minister in Poland. Just saying. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for just laughing just now, but I just saw something funny. Don't worry, we're gonna do the wig thing today.
Oh. I'm sorry to say, Vladimir, that Anastasia has not responded, okay? My apologies. I have to do the story still. Let's go to the store first. I have no clue why the game is trying to push those. Why is the game trying to push those bags on me? Bags are not good weapons. Hold on. Okay, I guess we're gonna do the Tim Pool thing now. I have to change my setup. The Clip Studio we're gonna turn off for now. YouTube. It's gonna be great. You're gonna be so happy. We're gonna be hearing the same crap as always, okay? We're gonna be hearing about the same tired crap about how... Wow. It was a coup, of course. I'm gonna be using the same tired counter arguments. Look, this is Wick. Wick looks funny. America first or supporting Ukraine war. This is such a stupid dichotomy. America first or supporting Ukraine. I skipped around a bit. Timpu! The famous Russian shill. Timpu. The fold is streaming. Oh, are you gonna abandon me? Are you gonna leave me now? Is that what's happening?
This morning, Donald Trump put out a...
Okay, I didn't mean to unpause it. Calm down, Timpu. Jesus. I want to see how many people are watching this stream. 11. No worries, I'm sure that Anna is busy right now by doing her regular things, you know, like volunteering and stuff, yeah. Have you seen my conversation with Anastasia, Vladimir? Maybe when I visit Ukraine next, which if you donate might be soon, I might do a stream together, you know, real life stream together with Anastasia. She did say that if I go to Ukraine, she'd meet up. All right, let's do this. Also, in default is not playing of FF Tactics. Just so you know, okay? So don't be a traitor. Like the Jedi that betrayed Anakin Skywalker and the Republic, okay? Don't be a bunch of traitors.
This morning, Donald Trump put out a truth social statement saying Russia has to get moving. Too many people are air dying. Typo. Thousands a week in a terrible and senseless war, a war that should have never happened and wouldn't have happened if I were president.
Yeah, well, so the same tired crap that he's been saying all the time. Okay, nihil novi, as they say. I hope you know what nihil novi means, but yeah, okay.
If I were president, this war never would have happened, even though I never stopped the war in Donbass during my first term. Horrible. War is bad. Did you know? Come on.
Heavily focused on other things.
I'm already annoying. Already I'm annoyed. Already I'm feeling myself being agitated by this crap. Repeating the same tired BS. Hold on. Is someone at me? Hold on. Must have been a long time ago. Good people on both sides, I know.
Such as tariffs and potential escalation with China, and their retaliation as well as this trade war or law.
Okay, let's we're gonna listen to this say, oh, Fido's here. The river's deeper than I thought. Must be careful. That's so deep commentary, as always, from Ramza. The river's deep. Wow. So brave. Let me hear this again.
But escalation with China. We are heavily focused on other things, such as tariffs and potential escalation with China, and their retaliation as well as this trade war, or largely the trade war. But the issue of Ukraine is not over, and Donald Trump is bringing it up once again because, well, he's trying to resolve it to some degree. But what does that resolution actually?
Oh, to some degree. So it's changed from I'm going to resolve it fully before I take office to I'm going to resolve it within 24 hours from taking office to I'm going to resolve it in half a year to I'm going to resolve it in 100 days to I'm going to get a ceasefire to I'm going to get a partial ceasefire to I'm going to resolve it to some degree. Though to be fair, resolve it to some degree is something that Tim Pool said and not Trump directly, but still. I still find it very, very funny, okay? I still find it very funny that the expectation suddenly isn't that he'll resolve it, that he'll get peace, but that he'll resolve it to some degree.
Look like, and what should we as Americans do? We're going to debate the issue. We've got a couple of gentlemen joining us to have this discussion. Sir, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Name's Wick TV, and I run a podcast on YouTube.
Okay, your name is not Wick TV, okay? Your name is not TV. Okay? What sort of name is Wick TV? Introduce yourself. I'm Wick TV? That sounds so stupid. Okay? I thought Wick TV was his brand, not his nickname. He has actually, TV is part of his, like Mike TV from Willy Wonka. I'm sorry, imagine if people talked to Dylan Burns and he was like, my name is Dylan Burns TV, okay? Tell me that would not sound, tell me that would, you cannot tell me that would not sound stupid, okay? I'm being nitpicky right off the bat. Okay? I'm being super nitpicky. But it's a direct comparison between those streamers, okay? If I heard Dylan Burns introduce himself as, hello, I'm Dylan Burns TV, then it would be pretty... I'm just waiting for someone to link me a thing where he introduces himself like that. and I'll feel like the fool. Although I highly doubt it.
Of the same name, and I'm here to support Ukraine and advocate that we continue to aid Ukraine and even ramp it up a little bit.
Oh, interesting. And then, sir, who are you?
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, X, and YouTube.
At least he didn't. Wow, at least he didn't introduce himself as Lactoid TV, okay? My name's Lactoid TV. Can't hear it? Oh, come on. That cannot be true. Let's watch it again. I'm gonna... It's maxed out, though. How can you not hear it? It's maxed out. Hold on.
This morning, Donald Trump put out a truth social statement saying Russia has to get moving. Too many people are air dying. Typo. Thousands a week in a terrible and senseless
Okay, how do you not hear it?
Or a war that should have never happened and wouldn't have happened if I were president. Well, we are.
Course, Russia. This isn't the first.
Sir, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Name's Wick TV, and
Name's Wick TV. I can't get over this. Name's Wick TV.
I'm here
Whatever.
to support Ukraine and advocate that we continue to
The
aid
name's Wick
Ukraine
TV.
and, even ramp it up a little bit.
Oh, interesting. And then, sir, who are you?
Ooh,
Yeah,
interesting.
I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, X, and YouTube.
I should be invited to Tim Pool.
Libertarian lawyer. My position on this is that it's time for the U.S. to withdraw funding and to keep that money here at home.
All right. Well, this should be fun, my friends. If you're just tuning in, smash the like button. Of course, share this show far and wide. It's Friday morning. The Culture War is live, and we're going to be having this debate. So
We should withdraw funding and keep the money here at home. It's the most brain dead take you can take. Okay? It's the most brain dead take that you can adopt. By whatever. How about we should keep to our commitments? And by we, I mean Americans.
share the show if you really do enjoy it. So who wants to go first? Why we should or should not be supporting this country?
I'll take it away. So here,
Wait,
look,
this
Ukraine-
country? Are they in Ukraine right now? Were they in, did they film this in Ukraine? This country? What's happening?
has been unjust. I'll take it away.
Who wants to go first? Why we having this debate? So share the show if you really do enjoy it. So who wants to go first? Why we should or should not be supporting this country?
This country? Okay, I guess they filmed it in Ukraine then. That's the only conclusion I can draw from this sentence, specific sentence structure.
I'll take it away. So here, look, Ukraine has been unjustly invaded by an aggressive force, Russia. This isn't the first time Russia has invaded other countries. They did it in Chechnya. They did it in Georgia. They did it before in Ukraine in 2014, and they're doing it again now. The idea that if we suddenly withdraw our funding, if we withdraw our forces, if we decide to just, let Putin have this little bite now that he will somehow stop is ludicrous. It's naive. Putin will not stop. He must be stopped. We have a situation where we are and should be funding more money into Ukraine because that money doesn't just go to Ukraine. It goes to American jobs in American factories.
The Libertarian should have been the one debating. I mean, I agree, but the problem is that Tim Pool will never invite anybody that knows what they're talking about on the subject. No offense to it. Heck, I would have done better than Wick. Just by the sheer fact that I know at least more historically about the region. Because I live here. Okay, let's just continue watching.
Building American weapons to fight America's enemies and support America's
To be
allies.
fair to Wick, this is
We made
serviceable.
in 2024, $316 billion selling foreign weapons, selling our weapons to foreign countries. This dwarfs the numbers that we've given in aid to Ukraine. And this demand spiked in 2024.
And yes, she is correct by saying that the US has spent a lot more on past conflicts, and what it has given to Ukraine is just a fraction of what it has spent on past conflicts, including the ones that were completely unjustifiable and unlike supporting Ukraine. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how Wick does in this. Maybe he'll do okay. Oh yeah. Listen, maybe Wick will do okay.
In part because we have shown ourselves, at least to some degree, to be a reliable ally. And so Poland, the Netherlands, other countries.
I think the West has fumbled it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm much more rough on this. I'm much more bitter on this than Wick TV, I guess. I don't think the West has proven itself to be a reliable ally. If the West would have proven itself, including the United States, to be a reliable ally, then we would not have been in this. We would not be in the situation that we are here now, okay? We would enter the Trump presidency with a completely different situation in Ukraine if the West has been or had been an actual reliable ally. That's my opinion. Maybe it's a hot take. Maybe it's just me being a bitter Polish person, but and that includes Poland, by the way, because people, as much as people praise Poland, I think it could have and should have done more. There you go.
Want to take and help rearm. They're up in their GDP, but there's more money out there than there is stuff. So we have an opportunity now to rebuild our industrial base.
Also, they're not upping their GDP. Wow, that is such a weird mental shortcut. They're not upping their GDP. They're upping the GDP spending on arms. They're upping their GDP. Maybe Wick is just nervous. Okay, being on Tim Pool.
And use Ukraine as a way to do that, because there's other conflicts coming. We have a trade war with China coming up, right? Trade wars can often turn into something a little bit hotter, and it behooves us to be prepared for that. And I think Ukraine is a good reason to do so. That's my argument.
Yeah, I mean, my argument's pretty straightforward. I think we've been sold a lie when it comes to the war in Ukraine. We've been sold this.
Yeah, I know that your argument is not just straightforward. It's simplistic. Okay, it's a simpleton's argument. We've been sold a lie. Yeah, if you don't care about, okay, I'm gonna just say it. Okay, right off the bat, Lactoid is a person that believes in might makes right. If Russia is big and strong, then it just deserves to have all of the neighboring countries, all the nearby countries under its thumb. That is what Lactoid believes. And I know this because he told me so directly. Okay, when we were in a voice call talking about this subject, he told me directly that Ukraine is just within Russia's sphere of influence, that big countries just have their own spheres of influence and the smaller countries just fall into them, and those countries don't really have complete say over what allies to have, over what to do with themselves, and they should be dependent on the countries under which they fall. And that if Russia would have been stronger at the beginning of the 90s, then Poland should have never been allowed to join NATO, because Poland also falls under the jurisdiction of Russia because of where it lies geographically. So that is Lactoid's worldview. So in light of that, we have absolutely not been sold a lie when it comes to the war. I wonder if he'll have the guts to actually formulate this belief in this debate. That he actually just believes that the big players, the big countries, just have the right to basically keep the smaller countries under their thumb.
Of a David versus Goliath, this this fledgling democracy that's being threatened by this massive authoritarian power, when the reality is the truth is much more complicated. I mean, here we are $200 billion later, and all we've managed to buy for ourselves is about 500,000 dead, probably more at this point. Another 500,000 wounded, some critically, probably more at this point.
I'm sorry.
And this was
What did he say?
all done. Million wounded is about 500,000 dead, probably more at this point.
Not 500,000 dead, 500,000 casualties. Casualties include the wounded. But people hear casualties and they think dead because people are just stupid. But I would expect a lawyer to be specific with his language. Okay? I'm pretty sure Ukrainian side has not even reached 500,000 casualties. So, there you go.
Point. Another 500,000 wounded.
I have no clue where he took the another 500,000 wounded. Where? I have no clue where he's taking the numbers from.
Critically, probably more at this point. And this was all done in...
Critically and more? Critically wounded and more? I have no clue where this data is coming from. He's just pulling this out of his ass. 500,000 dead, 500,000 critically wounded. He's just taking this out of his ass. Literally. Damn. This is crazy. Anastasia said she's too tired. Sorry, Vladimir. Oh, oh la la. Probably more, but also probably only Ukrainian casualties. Also, all sane and totally not brainwashed people know Russia is not taking any casualties, not a single one. I mean, this person's probably crying over the Russian casualties more, so he'll probably overpronounce the Russian casualties actually, but people really don't realize that casualty does not equal dead.
Service of a power structure in Ukraine that's becoming increasingly authoritarian, a power structure that was founded upon a illegal and unconstitutional coup that disenfranchised millions of people in the East that we just don't seem to care about. We didn't seem to care about it in 2014, but it's the direct cause of what's going on now. And on top of all of that...
No, it wasn't a coup. No, it did not disenfranchise millions of people. And no, it's not the direct reason for what's happening now. All these claims are pretty ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Ukraine is losing, and Ukraine continues to lose every single day, despite the fact that we're dumping money into it. And last time I brought this up, you know, you and your comrades kept hammering. Well, Kursk, they have Kursk.
Comrade.
Kursk is gone, right?
No, it's not.
Ukrainians have lost Kursk.
They have not. They still have forces in Kursk today. Not as much, right? Not as much of Kursk, but today.
They have a single-digit percentage fraction of what they had, and the Russian forces are moving into Sumy. I'm following the war every single day. The Russians make gains every single day. The Ukrainians lose ground every single day. And we're dumping money into this dumpster fire.
Let's start here. Why did Russia invade Ukraine?
Well, Russia has always wanted to be to regain Ukraine. So Putin has said many times in his interview with Tucker Carlson and in speeches and in other statements that he wants to regain the imperial power of Russia, to establish greater Russia. And Ukraine, in his mind, is part of that project. He believes that they are ethnically Russian, that Ukrainians don't exist in a real way, and he just wants to bring them into his fold, right? That's his belief structure, and that's why he's doing this. This nonsense that people will say about, like, oh, it's NATO expansion, oh, it's this, oh, it's that. It's not. Putin has been very clear. He's doing this because he believes that Ukraine doesn't exist, and Ukraine is part of Greater Russia, and he'll have it back.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of American propaganda version of whenever the enemies are...
Yes, because all of Eastern Europe just eats up the American propaganda. This person is so out of touch that I don't... Yeah, that's exactly why Poland was so eager to join NATO in the early 90s, because of the American propaganda. Sure, my friend. Yeah, what the hell? What the hell am I even hearing? Even Fido got annoyed. Even my dog got agitated. And what?
Going to,
That's what Putin has
whoever,
said.
Well, no, it's more complicated than that. As I think we're
No, it's not more complicated than that. He literally said that right before the invasion in Ukraine. He's made a whole speech in which he said that he wants to rebuild the empire, more or less. And he included Poland in that as well. And he blamed the existence of Ukraine on Poland as well while we're at it. He said that Ukrainian as a language is just Russian corrupted by Polish. He said that in the interview with Tucker Carlson. True, Ukraine became more authoritarian, but also whole and gay, but also not worth spend money on it, but also better to give more money to certainly not authoritarian and fascistic Israel.
Is it a lot here? A lot of the claims here that are being made are more complicated. There's more gray area than I think you're giving credit for. The reasons for the war in Ukraine...
Yeah, that's great. I've never heard any more empty statements than that. Also, I have to reset. I have no one that can revive. Like, I've never heard more empty statements in my life. It's more complicated. Oh no, Hitler should have not invaded Poland in 1939. It's more complicated than that. You're just eating up American propaganda. It's all more complicated. You can say that about everything. You can say that about anything. Oh, it's more complicated. This is ridiculous. I'm not hearing any arguments from Lactoid so far, apart from cool and it's more complicated.
There's many of them. But some of the main issues are the disenfranchisement of millions of people in Crimea and the Donbass and entire...
What is the disenfranchisement? What is the legendary disenfranchisement that you're talking about? Because apparently it's not when you do your referendums at gunpoint. It's not when you terrorize the citizens of Crimea, especially the Tatars. No, it's not.
Really the east of the disenfranchisement of millions of people in Crimea and the Donbass and really the east of Ukraine.
Yeah, the east of Ukraine. You mean the millions of people that fled the east of Ukraine when Russia entered? You mean those people, that fled to Poland, for example, and said many times that they wanted to return? Those people who disenfranchised them again? Oh yeah, it was Ukraine, of course. It was Ukraine. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that tired argument of Yanukovych being the rightful ruler of Ukraine and that deposing him was disenfranchising of millions of Ukrainians.
It's the stupidest argument ever. The facts about that whole thing are very simple.
That happened in 2014 when there was a unconstitutional, unpopular coup that took place. Another, it's not a distraction.
Unpopular coup. The parliament might have not had the supermajority, but it still had the majority in deposing Yanukovych. So it was not an unpopular deposing, okay, first of all. Second of all, Lucy, everything that's woke and gay is more complicated than it seems at first place. Ain't you like, haven't you figured it out already? I'm sure. Like, this is the only argument that he has, by the way. The only argument that Lactoid has about this war is that there was a coup.
It was a unconstitutional, unpopular coup that took place.
Unpopular?
It's not a distraction. That matters. If we care about constitutional order and we care about democracy, we can't just ignore it when it benefits our enemies.
Even if I grant you this...
Hold on, one last thing.
This whole argument is empty. The circumstances have granted it. It was accepted by the international legal community, by the way, that even though the constitution has not been followed to the letter, the circumstances still justified not using this particular instrument of the constitution, but voting him out via the parliament. Just saying. We're gonna get into it when they're gonna start arguing about it. I sincerely hope that Wick has all of his argument in order, because the timeline of events is pretty important in understanding just why Yanukovych was deposed and why at the end of the day it was not a problem.
The NATO expansion is also, of course, going to be one of the major factors. A few days before the invasion, a demand was made, don't let Ukraine join NATO. That demand was ignored. It's up to them. And then
yeah, I'm sorry to say, there were countries in NATO that were against Ukraine joining NATO in 2014. There were countries in NATO that were against Ukraine joining NATO in 2022. So NATO was never on the table. So this is an empty and stupid argument. And sorry to tell you, maybe Lactoid, the legal expert, is not really versed in this, but in order to join NATO, you need all of the NATO members to agree to the membership of a country. All of them have to agree, without exception. If even one country says no, Ukraine will not join NATO, then NATO is effectively off the table. That's it. So NATO expansion is a completely empty argument, because already then there were countries that were completely against Ukraine joining NATO. Russia wanted to join NATO. People forget this. Lactoid is dishonest because he doesn't care about that. He just cares about the fact that effectively, at the end of the day, Ukraine belongs to Russia. That is all he cares about. Russia is big and strong. Ukraine's insignificant and weak. Ukraine should be under Russia. That's it. And as again, the argument was also that if Poland would have wanted to join NATO when Russia was not temporarily weak, then it also should have not joined NATO. Again,
a few days later, the 2022 invasion happened.
It is up to them. Why wouldn't it be up to them? If we're going to... let me ask you this.
I sincerely hope that Lactoid just comes out right now and says, no, they shouldn't because they're in Russia's influence. He has to say that.
To be at least a little bit honest, okay? To have a sliver of honesty about him. I hate these disgusting little pricks that are so far away, that have no connection, interest, no knowledge about the region, and just decide, yeah, I just know that this country's fate should be this country's fate should be that. I just know better. Hello, the trusty ape. Hello, Lucy. Greetings from California, USA. Oh, hello. Is this the first time you seeing this stream? I'm here now. Hello, fake. Alec Cal Parker. NATO expansion is not what provoked Russia to invade its neighbor. Also, isn't like every right wing should be known that from the Putin Carlos's interview. I mean, they don't care. They don't care. Like at the end of the day, all that Lactoid cares about is that Russia big, Ukraine smaller. Ukraine should not have the sovereignty to choose its allies. Ukraine should not basically have the sovereignty to do anything. And that also includes other countries like Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova, Georgia. Poland slipped away because Russia was weak at the time, but that would include Poland as well. I have been watching for a while, just not much in chat. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. You're a valued viewer. I'm watching a very frustrating thing. We're doing it together with Final Fantasy Tactics to make it a little bit more bearable. Join the page. We're trying to gather some money because I have some pretty big extra expenses, so please help me. Please, I beg. All right, let's continue. Also, if you have any feedback when it comes to the stream, presentation, argumentation, or what have you, then shoot, and I'll respond.
Do you think that a country's sovereignty matters?
I think that a country's sovereignty matters to an extent.
There you go. That already partially betrays his worldview on the matter. A country's sovereignty matters to a degree. Uh-oh.
To an extent, I think.
Let me ask you a question. If the Colombia protesters, right, the ones who supported Hamas and things, were like, you know what, and they're citizens. I'm not talking about the student visas and things like that. The citizens of Colombia were like, you know what, we hate America. We want to be part of Hamas now. We want to join Gaza. So we're going to vote to join Gaza. Do you think that would justify in any way, shape, or form?
No, because Gaza is small and insignificant and not a big player like Israel and like America, because he said America, I think. So to Lactoid, such a thing is completely disanalogous because, again, to Lactoid, only big countries matter. They are the only players on the stage. They decide what happens. They decide what goes. And other than that, he would actually say that the example here is ridiculous because, again, yeah, they're not a big player.
Hamas coming in and attacking America in order to liberate the Colombian protesters who have decided that, oh, we want to be part of Gaza now.
It's disanalogous, and I'll explain why. A better analogy would be, let's imagine if Canada had an unconstitutional coup that was undemocratic and was against the will of the vote that had just happened, let's say. And there were parts of Canada that were thus disenfranchised because, like many countries, certain areas tend to vote for certain candidates more than others.
So we're going to vote to join Gaza.
Sorry, what's the example he's giving?
Had an unconstitutional coup that was undemocratic and was...
Also, it was not... what happened in Ukraine was not undemocratic. And again, the international legal community agreed that what happened in Ukraine was, in fact, democratic, even if it was not, technically speaking, to the letter of the Constitution. Because I guess I'm going to have to explain all that again, because the internet just died again, because my internet sucks. Whatever. I'm gonna explain it again, because it's pretty straightforward. Okay, it wasn't undemocratic. It wasn't unconstitutional even per se. What happened was Yanukovych withdrew from the European Union association agreement, which apparently was not even that great for Ukraine. He did it overnight, at the middle of the night. He wanted to also make protests illegal. A protest ensued. Long story short, Yanukovych fired live rounds at protesters. Euromaidan, all that stuff. And then there was a big negotiation between Yanukovych and the free prime ministers of free European countries, which included Poland. That negotiation lasted the entire night, in which the ministers of foreign affairs of free countries have persuaded Yanukovych to agree to a deal in which Yanukovych would step down, organize an early election, and in this way the crisis would be stopped. The next day, after Yanukovych agreed to the deal, the foreign minister Sikorski of Poland famously told the protesters that they must accept the deal as well, or otherwise they will die, basically. That Yanukovych would unleash more violence, would arrest people, would kill them. Because he was comparing the situation in Ukraine, Euromaidan, to the Polish 1981 martial law, in which the government cracked down on the underground opposition and started arresting people. My father was arrested back then. And his argumentation was that unlike in Poland in 1981, people would not get just arrested, but they would be killed. That's the long and short of it. Yanukovych agreed to that deal, the protesters agreed to that deal, and then after that happened, the Yanukovych, who just previously agreed to the deal, fled the country. He left the country and left the country in a state of affective paralysis because, well, if there's no president who agreed to step down and organize early election, and if such president just leaves the country without ordering this deal, that basically paralyzes the government effectively. And so the parliament decided that rather than wait for the president, that rather than honor his deal, decided to free the country, decided to vote him out via the parliamentary vote, and do what he was supposed to do, organize a temporary government that would organize the early election. Okay? People like Lactoid will completely ignore the fact that the only thing that happened in Ukraine after Yanukovych fled was what was supposed to happen in the first place. Organizing early elections. Yanukovych was supposed to step down. So the whole argument that getting rid of Yanukovych was disenfranchising millions of voters that voted for Yanukovych is completely empty. Because at that point, Yanukovych already agreed to step down and organize early elections. So what are we even talking about? Also, Yanukovych lost all legitimacy as president once he decided to use live rounds against protesters. Just saying. Once Yanukovych decided that it is acceptable to shoot citizens with live rounds, he's basically lost all legitimacy to be president.
Against the will of the
There's
vote.
nothing in the Ukrainian constitution that allows the president to just assault protesters with live rounds.
That had just happened, let's say. And there were parts of Canada that were thus disenfranchised because, like many countries, certain areas tend to vote for certain candidates more than others. And then on top of that, this new illegal government...
But I sincerely hope that Wick has all of these facts in order because, you know, I heard that he has been coached for this, which is good, but if he doesn't have these facts, then he's lost. Wasn't fleeing that nation you're supposed to be leading mean you want to give up power? Okay, yes, but he also agreed to step down before fleeing. That's a thing. That's part of the deal. He agreed, I will step down as president. I will organize early election. Okay? But he didn't. He ran away.
Reached out to Russia and attempted to join SISTO and attempted to put Russian missiles on the border with the U.S. As a great power, it is myopic to think that the U.S. wouldn't do anything.
And yes, putting the missiles on the border is Russian propaganda. I know that people like Lactoid will laugh at this argument that it's Russian propaganda, but it literally is. There is no evidence of anybody wanting to put any missiles on the border with Russia. It's ludicrous. It's just taken straight out of somebody's ass. Lactoids in this case. Especially since, again, there were countries in both 2014 and 2022 that were staunchly against Ukraine joining NATO. And the important part is those countries are members of NATO. And again, all countries have to agree to accept a new member. All countries, without exception, have to agree to that. So yeah, he better have all these facts in order because otherwise it's not gonna end well for him.
Tanks are rolling in.
So he was like, I leave the nation but I continue to lead? Yes, he was, quite literally.
The next day, we were willing...
And his argument was like, yeah, but they voted him out while he was still in Ukraine. That's not an argument. He was en route to Russia. He already had a whole route planned out to be in Russia, okay? Lactoid is a very dishonest person.
To end the world over the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, despite the fact that we had invaded Cuba in the Bay of Pigs just a year prior. There are certain lines that great powers, red lines that they have, and one of them is, and Russia's made it clear, Ukraine, for many reasons, is...
There you go. Great power, might makes right. That is all that Lactoid has. There's nothing more to his argumentation than might makes right. Literally nothing. He has nothing else than might makes right. There's no argument that he has apart from that.
Is one of the red lines here. They made that clear before the invasion, and they've made it clear since.
The question I have is, why?
And it should be so easy for Wick to just defend himself against. It should be such an easy answer for Wick to just say, yeah, but there was not a consensus among NATO countries when it comes to accepting Ukraine, so it was not on the table. Topic over. Or he should just ask him,
how does the process of accepting a country to NATO look like? Lactoid, can you explain it to us?
Why Ukraine? What about literally any other country?
Well, I
about
do
Burma?
think we should. Well, I do think we should support Taiwan, for example, as another country where I think we should draw red lines and we should not let imperial powers come in and start taking chunks. And the reason why is because it's in our interest. And these are the key words. Ukraine is in our interest because Ukraine is connected to a lot of European countries. We have Ukraine isn't just the only country that borders Russia. You have Estonia bordering Russia. You have the Balkans, right? And you have, now Finland and Sweden and things, but they weren't part of NATO before the invasion. But this matters because...
Wait, what did he just say? I'm sorry, what did he just say?
2004 matters because, but they weren't part of NATO before the invasion.
I hope he said they weren't.
And Sweden and things, but they weren't part of NATO before the invasion. But this matters because the reason why a lot of countries in 2004 joined NATO was because they foresaw this Russian imperial aggression that was coming. They were
Poland did.
Over their sovereignty, and they wanted protection from that. So if we abandon Ukraine, what that does is it sends a signal to our allies that are our actually allies, the NATO allies that we have, that, you know what, if it costs too much, then maybe we're going to abandon them too. And that creates a very dangerous situation.
But Ukraine is not an ally of the United States.
Ukraine can be, and I think it should be.
Sure, but that's not what I'm asking.
Yes, it is. What do you mean? I mean, it's not anymore. But yes, it was. Like, it was tied through obligations. What do you mean it was not an ally? In what sense? Like, in the sense of what? Like, Ukraine and the United States did not have a formal alliance? Or what is your argument? Not being part of NATO does not mean that a country cannot be an ally. That's a silly argument. Like, if I'm not even sure what Tim Pool means by saying that Ukraine is not an ally of the United States. Like, if he means it's not part of NATO, then, well, he is correct now. Under Donald Trump, Ukraine is not an ally of the United States. But then again, many other countries are not allies of the United States anymore. So that's not exactly an argument.
It's an art.
Because it's not. And so it's understandable what you're saying, that if, say, Lithuania saw an incursion from, Russia brought troops into Belarus and then...
Again, not only the countries that are in NATO are allies of the US. What is Japan not an ally to the United States? South Korea isn't an ally to the United States. Asian countries are not allies to the United. Is Vietnam not an ally to the United? Yes, it is. What sort of a stupid argument is that? What do you mean Ukraine is not an ally to the United States? Like, allyship is not just when a country is in NATO. Watching this debate is like watching exhibitionist poop comedy that was filmed by Pierre Pasolini. I mean, if you like art.
Brad started launching incursions through the border, Kaliningrad.
Yeah.
But Ukraine's not an ally, nor are they a member of NATO, nor the EU. So for what is the reason the U.S. intervened in this regard?
Like, what is Tim Pool's definition of what constitutes an ally?
I want to ask that. What does he mean when he says that Ukraine's not an ally? Because by that logic, Vietnam is not allied with the United States, even though for all intents and purposes it is. Well, under Trump, again, it took a whole different dimension, but you know what I mean, okay?
Again, because it's in our interest. Because,
What are those interests?
Sure. One of our interests
the
is
military-industrial complex. That was one of the things he mentioned. Is creating.
I mean, the interest is, for example, the stability of Europe, one of the biggest trading partners of the United States. That alone is a huge argument, okay? Stability of Europe. How about the stability of the global food markets? That's a pretty big argument as well. I think it's in the interest of the United States to, I don't know, upkeep that. Ukraine has plenty of resources, which apparently the United States really wants. So a stable country that's not a dictatorship. And yes, unlike what Lactoid says, Russia is an actual dictatorship. Working with stable democracy is better for business than working with an unpredictable dictatorship. Okay? That's also a pretty good interest argument. Let's see what Wick says. I'm pretty curious. We'll see what happens. Saying that the US has no interest in supporting Ukraine is just ludicrous.
American jobs. It's a way that we can.
That is
on
one.
The military industrial
Absolutely.
complex.
That is one of our interests. But another of our interests is create stability in this region. Because if Ukraine falls, like we talk about the cost of supporting Ukraine, we got to talk about the cost of not supporting Ukraine. What happens if we abandon Ukraine and Ukraine falls? What happens to our interests? What happens to the cost to American consumers? Trade, we have about $1 trillion, a little less, a year with Europe in trade. And if that is disrupted, right, it just hurts our wealth at home.
What would disrupt that?
So, for example, if Ukraine falls, a lot of our European allies will see us as unreliable. And I'll give you an example of this happening.
It's too late. Already Europe already sees the United States as unreliable, especially with the tariff crap, okay? That ship has sailed. It's too late now, okay? The entire world already seeing the United States under Trump as unreliable. It's far too late to be talking about US reliability now. Then they'll see us as more unreliable. Yeah, that's right. That's true. But Trump is doing his very best to ruin the US credibility and reliability on all fronts, not just Ukraine. Military industrial complex mentioned. Alert, quickly call Kojima and Bridges.
When Trump canceled briefly, paused the aid that was going to Ukraine, cut off intelligence and things like that, the EU began to question its purchases that it was making from us.
Did it stop them?
When it comes to us.
Yep, it has stopped many of them actually. Like many countries in Europe has straight up stopped buying arms from the United States. Yes, actually, Trump's actions have directly hurt the military-industrial complex, ironically enough. Because it's absolutely correct that because of Trump's actions, many European countries have cancelled their contracts for weaponry. The discussion over the kill switch in US weaponry is in full swing, just so you know. The nuclear umbrella has been called into question, so that happened as well. Article 5 has been called into question as well.
has granted them. So the EU has talked about.
Are we back? My apologies, my internet is very unpredictable, very unstable. My apologies. My apologies. But if you would like to help me in this time of need, then please consider donating. It would be a great help, unironically. But also, oh God, what was I so? Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure countries have canceled their contracts on F-35s. I mean, it's just funny, Lucy. It's funny to hear both of these arguments being used. We spend too much money on Ukraine, but also it's too much money for our military individual. Yeah. Thank you for the $5. I don't want to help Lucy. I'm selfish. Wow. But yes. Saying that
they're setting up. I'm not sure if it's in place yet, but they're setting up a system where they buy from themselves because they realize that maybe under this.
also there's the matter of Starlink, the fact that Europe has looked heavily into alternatives to Starlink. Thank you for the membership. Thank you very much for the membership.
It doesn't sound like that's related to Ukraine, though. It sounds like it's
It is related to Ukraine, among other things. It's a combination of things, and Ukraine is definitely one of those things.
related to Trump's trade issues.
No, this was before.
No. Nope.
For the trade issues.
So you're saying that
This is before the trade imports and anything like this. This is when Trump canceled or paused, I should say, the aid we were giving to Ukraine that we had already allocated.
That was
to
before
Ukraine.
the
he paused
tariffs,
it so it wasn't coming in. He also canceled the intelligence sharing that we were doing. And again, like Europe is on this doorstep, and a lot of Europe are our allies, and they see and they're watching how America is going to support them, because by supporting Ukraine, we are supporting them. We are making the world safer for them, and that's a direct benefit. It is not a wild assertion.
They're not an ally.
It's not a wild assumption. That is exactly what Europe is doing. Europe is watching how the United States acts towards Ukraine and pretty much gauges through that how reliable the United States are as an ally. And it's not just Europe. Vietnam is doing exactly the same. I'm pretty sure Taiwan is nervous as well. So no, it's not a wild assumption. It's reality. I'm sorry to tell you. Lactoid TV.
As Tim said, they're not an ally, right? You're saying they could be an ally, and I understand that U.S. aid and.
I have no clue what your definition of an ally is. By what definition is Ukraine not a ally to the United States? And I'm not talking under Trump, okay? Because Trump's United States have alienated a lot of allies. Okay, this is silly.
Well,
they haven't even established by what metric Ukraine is or is not an ally. Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'll be right back. My dog will entertain you, I'm sure. I'll be right back. Thank you all for the donations in the meantime. I wish Lucy was small. I am small! Okay? I wish I had more viewers. I wish I was bigger. I wish I was not small. But I am. I am small. Before I go, I'll just again reiterate, how much can you debate with this guy when all of his arguments boil down to might makes right? Russia just has the right to Ukraine. That's it. And he just doesn't care because he's safely in the United States and just can spout his crap. Because he has zero skin in the game at the end of the day. I don't like to use this argument much, but it's easy to be lactoid. Because he just has no skin in this game. Okay? And there are Americans that do. Just so you know. There are Americans that actually do have a skin. Some skin in this game, quote unquote. I'll be right back. Lactoid is not one of them. That'll be a long shot. Okay, I'll be right back. You boogie boy. Woo. Musimy cię wyczyścić już, komu zdjął buziaku. Łabuzilla? Łabuzilla? Co ty? Co ty robisz? Ty frajerze? Ty frajerze? Ty łabuzilla? Łabuzilla?
Chodź, zamknij za nami drzwi. Chodź, łabuzie. No chodź. Chodź, łabuzie. Chodź, łabuzie. Chodź, łabuzillo. I'm back. Oh. I have returned. And the internet has not died in the meantime. Which is a small blessing to this horrible curse. Anybody still here? Have you all left me alone? Who's still here? Who is still here? I wish Lucy was small. All right, let us continue. I don't know how I would have managed this without the Final Fantasy game, okay? It would have been a very, very difficult slog to go through without Final Fantasy Tactics, you will admit, right? Also, Chocobos, when they're leveled, they're really, really strong. Chocobos can be a real pain in the butt when they're leveled. Okay, we're gonna watch the cutscene and then we'll continue. Sultania Castle. Cutscene? Is there gonna be a cutscene? My stomach hurts again. Oh, Ramses in the church? Well. He's praying like a Catholic little boy. I too pray. A heretic coming to church, pretty bold. I have no time, so I'll ask you straight out. Why did the high priest send you to Goltana? You came to Zeltania to ask me that? Fine, I'll tell you. My duty is to assassinate Goltana and Orlando. What? Shh, lower your voice. This is the real plan. We're trying to incite those dissatisfied with the government to revolt, thereby causing people to distrust the government even more. Both armies will try to put down the revolts but won't have enough soldiers. Then what? They'll finish things trying to break the deadlock. Dylan or Steven can debate him on Tim Pool, but I highly doubt that at any time during this conflict some un-Ukrainian debater is going to be allowed to have on those. No, I'm sorry to say that Tim Pool's never going to allow anybody competent on his show to talk about Ukraine. I pretty much feel more competent, okay? Alright, let me ask you. How do you feel I would do debating Ukraine based on the arguments that I've been making so far? Do you think I would do well? Do you think I would suck? What do you think? So what do you think? Would I do good? Would I do bad? What do you think? Would a Polish person be considered a propagandist? That's a possibility, I suppose.
Eastern European. All these recent revolts were the High Priest's plan, and to stop these both armies are heading to Beltha. Everything is as you planned. Not quite yet, because during the battle Larg and Goltana will both be killed by someone. Of course, the leaders will also be killed. Nastantes, Orlando, Hoctens, Zalbag, and Tisedarg. Losing their leaders, both armies will stop fighting and turn to peace. Then the church will become the mediator, and the people will support the church entirely. They even threw in the Zodiac Brave legend. But the Zodiac Stone, right now you're the church's biggest obstacle. Aren't you trying to get the stones also? I'm not working for the church. What do you mean? It means I'll kill you if I have to. Don't worry, our reasons may be different, but we want the same thing. As long as we want the same thing, we won't be enemies. What do you mean, Crash? Come with me. Sorry, I can't. She needs me. She? Prince or princess. It doesn't matter as long as they are easily controlled. Why would a Polish transgender leftist would be allowed to go on Tim Pool and do pro-Ukrainian propaganda, Lucy? This sounds even 200% more impossible. I mean, that is true. That is true. Not only am I the sinner of actually went to Ukraine. That's sin number one. I actually did interviews with Ukrainian people and organizations. That's my sin number two. And the fact that I'm from the region and trans, I guess those are just unforgivable sins number 3 and 4. You're right. Stream keeps crashing. Yeah, I know it keeps crashing. That's because my internet keeps dying. That's why I'm asking you for your support to help me stabilize the internet, among other things. I'm not even joking. No, it does keep crashing. It's not on your end. From time to time, my internet dies for 5 seconds or so, and then the stream crashes for 5 seconds or so. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to edit this segment and all the other segments that I have planned for today, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, it is what it is. My internet keeps crashing out. It is what it is. I have zero control over this. My dog is eating. I can hear him chomping on the food. The High Priest's plan calls for a puppet government. You're just using Ovelia for your own ambitions? I don't know, but what? I would give my life for her. Delita. Is that strange? No, I believe you. Ramza! The church is surrounded. Come out quietly. That voice, it's Zalmo? Who the hell is Zalmo? Who is Zalmo again? We're gonna use the robot again. Church outside the town. Why would a church be outside the town? You're the Black Knight Herald. Why are you here? Now that you've seen me, I cannot let you live. Come on, Ramza. They're unknowingly part of the High Priest's plot. If you explain it well, they'd understand. Are you still so naive? Well, good luck.
You understand that, like,
the interests of the
Estonia
US
is our ally.
Estonia is our ally. They're a NATO ally.
Right.
And I would agree.
The Netherlands is our ally.
For sure.
France is our ally.
And-
Vietnam is the United States ally, even though it doesn't have a compatible system and it's not in NATO. So that is an empty argument.
Correct.
And they're covered under
They are
Article
all
5.
wanting us. They are all wanting us to support Ukraine.
Well, I'm sure they are. That's less money that they have to spend. I'm sure they all want us
They're
to
all
give-
ramping up
I'm
their
sure-
money.
Good.
What are you talking about?
Hold on,
They
hold
are
on.
ramping up their
Yeah,
money
yeah.
and spending.
I don't control their money, okay? If they want to spend money, I can't stop. I don't think it's a good idea. but
I'm sorry, Lactoid. I'm sorry to say you don't control anybody's money. You don't control the US money. So, as opposed to, you only control your own personal budget, Lactoid. Okay, you don't control the money of any state, including the US. Don't get too big for your britches, okay? Don't get overexcited. Every single United States national does not control its state's finance.
I can't stop them. But if you're saying, oh, they want us to spend this money, I'm sure they do, right? I don't think that we should. Not only for the reasons that I outlined before, but because you're openly talking about, well, it's in our interest because of the military industrial complex.
and our interest makes Americans safer, and it makes the world safer.
No, it's in our interest.
American hegemony has made the world a safer.
Also, even WIC has not just listed the American weapons industry, okay? I'm pretty sure WIC has also quoted Europe's stability. And Europe is one of the biggest trading partners of the United States. So that alone is a huge argument in favor of supporting Ukraine.
place.
Ukraine,
a better place.
You really think
not just for America,
you really
but
think
for the world?
Ukraine was more stable or less stable after? Do you think it was more stable, or sorry? Do you think
it was more stable or less stable after Russia invaded? I think it was less stable.
Hold on. Do you think Ukraine was more stable after 2014 than before?
Of course not.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was more stable after 2014. Are you kidding me? After 2014? Yes. Apart from the war in the East, yes, it was. It led to a change for the better. Okay, it led to the... Have you any idea just how much corruption in everyday life Ukrainian people had to deal with before 2014? Have you any idea just how much of a... just how unstable the country was before that point, before a government was established that actually started cracking down on these things? What do you mean it was not more stable before 2014? Is this a joke? You cannot be serious. Yes, apart from the war in Donbass, yes, Ukraine overall did become more stable, okay? Due to the change in the government, due to the deposing of Yanukovych, yes, 100 billion%. I'm not sure if this is what the question is about, but yeah, it's just stupid. There's a great book that I have somewhere around here, which describes daily. It was written in 2014. It was written by Polish journalists that went to Ukraine in 2014. They were there from 2013, and it describes daily just how people felt, what happened, and, well, basically all the events. And it describes people very angrily talking about the level of corruption that they had to deal with. Something that after 2014 has been combated very effectively, I will add. Ukraine has made a great step, like really big effort to change the situation in the country. Do not tell me that Ukraine was more stable before Euromaidan than after. Do not tell me that. Like, do not try to sell me this crap. I cannot believe that Wick actually ate this and said that Ukraine was less stable after Euromaidan than before. Do you know what you're doing? He's a top criminal. Anyone who helps him is guilty too. You leader of the Black Knights dare oppose the trial examiners? I know who you are. That's why I must kill you all. What? You audacious fool. Your actions will disrupt the world order and oppose God's natural province. Are you trying to rebel against God? Disturb the order? This order you talk about is just a matter of your own convenience. Using God as an order to control the people is absurd. You have no right to take advantage of the innocent. True. True, America's interests are woke and gay. That's why we American taxpayers should be withdrawn our money, spend them on our cheap goods at home. Oh, wait a minute. They just became 100% more expensive. Dang it, Ukraine, you did it again. Like, I'm so pissed off. I'm so pissed off by the fact that Wick said that after Euromaidan, Ukraine became less... I know what he is saying. I know that he's referencing to the fact that taking away Crimea and the annexation of Donetsk and Luhansk destabilize the situation in the country, but you cannot take away from the fact that overall the rest of the country became far more stable under the new government, okay? I don't care about God. I just want you to see the truth. Truth? Are you saying this is not truth? You had a chance to clear the charges in the Cardinal murder Zodiac Stone robbery, but you blew it by running away. That proved your guilt. We've already decided you're not guilty and sentenced you. It's too late to say anything. Then I guess I must fight. I would hope the next generation of Russians have less nostalgia for the Soviet Union and would not support the war. I mean, it's far more complicated than that, you know. The regimes that have been upheld after the fall of the Soviet Union, the completely fumbled opportunity for anything resembling democracy in Russia. Aww. He just ate, my little boy. You just ate, my little boy. My little boy. Aww. Do you like the heat? Do you like the heat? O, połóż się, łobuziaku, połóż się. To. Ridiculous. Wow, I didn't think that I'd get so angry after this one response. Robot is pretty good. Robot is pretty overpowered. Oh wow.
Okay. What happened in 2014?
In 2014, Russian sent little green men into
Okay.
Crimea.
What happened before
right?
then?
They locked.
Before then, there was a person called Yanukovych, a thug, by the way, who poisoned his political opponents. Very constitutional to poison and disfigure political opponents, and rigged an election. Okay, and yeah, what happened before 2014? You know, the Orange Revolution. But that's neither here nor there. What happened was that Yanukovych decided not to go with the association agreement with the European Union, decided to withdraw from it in the middle of the night, decided to delegalize protests, decided to use live rounds against protesters, and after a pretty long protest, violent protest, agreed to a deal to step down and organize early elections, and then he fled the country. That is what happened. But we'll see. We'll see what Lactoid's version of what happened looks like.
Down, right? They locked down the parliament so no one can get in. Men with guns, right?
What happened before then?
They forced a vote.
What happened before
No,
then?
100. Let me read the exact resolution here. That's why I took some notes.
I'm sorry.
UN Resolution 68262, right? The invalid referendum on 16th of March 2014, where Crimea declared its independence and joined Russia. This was obviously
Why'd you put that in
coercion.
why'd you put that in scare quotes?
Because it was, again, as the UN resolution says, invalid.
You're saying it's
And
invalid.
We recognize it's invalid.
I'm asking you
International
why
scale.
was it invalid?
It was done under duress.
Was it?
Because
Yes.
Russians sent their little green men in. They brought guns. They locked down the parliament. They forced the vote.
What's little green men?
Little green men. So they have green uniforms. They rip off their badge, right? So they're not actually Russian soldiers, and they go in and they do their thing, and they have some plausible deniability, which people like my comrade Lactoid here will say, oh, that's obviously not the Russians, it's just some paramilitary.
Well, I want to educate Wick a little bit on this. So, obviously there were Russians there. I'm not denying that the little green men were Russians, obviously.
Russian soldiers, to be
Yes,
clear,
of course, from Sevastopol, for sure.
with guns
Yep.
that were threatening
Yep,
force.
yep.
Okay.
But when I asked you before, what happened before then? I think it's telling that you're just ignoring all the context, as is usual with this conversation, before you cut me off again. That is usual with this conversation. There's, it just happened, right? There's this, it just came out of the sky. This invasion just came out of...
No, I explained what happened. I explained it in pretty okay detail. If I'm missing something, you tell me. Because that is exactly what happened. The moment that Yanukovych has decided to fire live rounds at protesters, he has lost all legitimacy as president.
The sky. When in reality what happened is Crimea had for years wanted to leave Ukraine. In fact, in 1992 they declared independence. Ukraine said, you better nullify that within a week with the threat of force. So then they were like, okay, fine, we're not gonna leave. And
Just
then,
like
and
Chechnya,
then,
that's Russia did
We
to
can talk about Chechnya in a second, because I also know about Chechnya.
Interesting.
And then in
Independence. How did
2014,
Russia treat them?
in 2010, there was a president elected in Ukraine, Yanukovych. And in 2014, he was, do you deny that he was unconstitutionally couped?
No, but
Yes.
that doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter?
That doesn't matter.
Why doesn't the
You know
votes
why
of
it doesn't
Crimeans matter? Does
what
them
it
being
doesn't
disenfranchised matter?
Is it doesn't give Russia the right to come in with guns, tanks, and material and force the issue. Russia or any other nation does not have the right to come in with force
So
and
Crimea just-
violate
so
someone's sovereignty
Crimeans just gotta sit and take it?
to solve an internecine conflict. There are other ways to deal with
Okay,
that.
what
and
way?
Russia did this
What way should
with
Crimea?
military force.
What way should Crimea have handled it?
Any other way but this.
What way?
Because Crimea didn't handle it, Russia did.
What way?
Russia
I'm
took-
sorry, Crimea invaded Ukraine? What is this argument? He's flip-flopping from Yanukovych was couped to Crimea. These are two totally unrelated things.
Away their choice.
Why did Russia go into Crimea?
Because it's been part of their plan. They want Ukraine. Putin's wanted Ukraine for a while.
No, but why Crimea?
Crimea had Sevastopol. Pronunciation's hard. There's ports in
Sevastopol. Because of the ports. The warm water ports. Because Russia doesn't know how to build new ports, apparently. It only knows how to steal existing ones. What are you going to do, Ramza? I had 2 reasons for coming to Zeltenia. One was to see you. The other is to see Count Orlando. Thunder God Seed? I want his cooperation to uncover the church's plot. How? I have strong proof that will uncover the wrongdoing. The Germanic scriptures. When I met Olan, the Count's son-in-law, he promised me if I had proof, he would stop the High Priest's conspiracy. Olan, huh? It's okay, she's one of us. Several people were sent from Moran to help me. She's one of them. Help? More like to keep an eye on you. Hey, come on. She knows everything. She's the only one we can trust in the Goltana army. You're the youngest Beowulf, Ramza, right? Russian-speaking paramilitaries with Russian equipment, tanks, but without insignia, so technically not a Russian true. My name is Balmafula. Nice to meet you. And what do you want? The Hokten are moving. Is FT Bethla the target? Count Orlando left for Bethla a while ago. Goltana's heading for Bethla along with your Black Sheep Knights. A little too late, the battle won't end. I'm not giving up. I'll persuade the Count before any more die. I guess it's goodbye, Ramza. Stay alive, Delita. You too. Shake hands. You're letting him go? I know what he'll do. You even use your friends. Shut up. What do you know? I hate people like you. Hurry up and go. Okay, I'm gonna lock the door now. Because heat is running out. God, I hate these arguments. These sleazy, dishonest arguments. The benevolent Russia rescued Crimea without even a single shot. Just like it saved Poland after World War II, also without firing a single shot. Poland has been, after World War II, benevolently annexed into the Soviet sphere. Oh, we should all be so grateful. We should also be grateful. And also, yeah, Putin, especially after 2014, definitely not confirmed that actually, yes, it was our soldiers. Yes, he did. He did confirm it 100%. At first he denied it, then he confirmed it. Yes. It is on the record. It is not difficult to find.
in there that gives them access to the what they call warm water ports, right? Because they don't have a lot of those, and it gives them access, and they can use their navies and things like that.
It's the home of the Russian Black Sea Fleet and their only warm water port.
And they're primarily Russians in Crimea as well.
But that wasn't under threat, right?
Of course it was.
It's actually not true. I'm pretty sure Russia has more warm ports. I'm pretty positive about that one. Fido! Fido! One moment, he started biting on books again, and I will not have that. Fido! What are you biting on, anyway? Oh, that's actually a pretty good book. That one's worth reading, not chewing on. Made it back from the lawyer's office. It sounds like Fido has good taste. That is true, but I'd rather him not eat books. Fido! 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 He's so big. Such a big boy. No, Ruz is already back. And yes, Philippe Auguste, I'm sorry to say Twitch has died again. This debate is just insufferable. It's insufferable, it's horrible. Holy hell. Holy hell. What happens? Insufferable debates? Yeah, they do happen, but, you know. Okay, let me check the guide for a second before we continue with the debate. Okay, so go to Sultania Castle, Bar, Cursed Island. Eblesk Island, an island that lies 8,000 doma north of Zeltania, is the center of the island. Are many temple graves. It was critical area used by Gralias, resulting in the enemy, known as paradise for its lushy greenery. The fisherman. Fido. 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 Nie. Nie. Wait, I'll get him something to bite other than the books. Let's get him a warm blanket on the floor. Let's give him this and this, okay? I guess. Okay, he's biting on his bone now. Bone is better than book, okay? Also, we're having a financial goal tonight. Please help me meet it. Please help me finance bills and important stuff. Fido. Greenery, the fishermen call it Cursed Island. A fearsome iron sentinel will kill all these who approach. Okay. Alright, we can do this now. We can get Cloud. Wait. No way. Did I not get the cutscene with... Hold on, I have to Google something. What? Okay, let me see if I screwed up or not. Salguiros. Where's Salguiros? What? Where's what? I have to Google this again. Oh my god. I hope I didn't screw up. Hold on. Do I have it unlocked even? No, I don't. No, I don't have it unlocked yet. I don't think. Okay, I don't have it unlocked yet. It's impossible to have. Okay, okay. Phew, I was so worried for a second there that I screwed up. Thank you for the $5.
Why? What was the threat?
Because
they had a lease.
I'll explain to you why it was under threat. Okay, it was under threat for a couple reasons. But
Okay.
when you have the pro-Russian president get unconstitutionally couped in 2014, and now you have this country which prior had promised to not join military bloc.
Again, a president that fires live rounds at its citizens loses all of the, like, basically loses all legitimacy as president. I'm sorry, I'm not sure who would refute that. Second of all, what was the argument? What was the other argument that guy made?
Is now and now you have this country which president get unconstitutionally couped.
Also, it doesn't matter. Like, NATO was off the table in 2014 and in 2022, so NATO is the weakest argument. Lactoid is operating on two very weak arguments. The coup and the NATO, which... Okay.
In 2014, and now you have this country which prior had promised to not join military blocs is now looking towards NATO, right? There is a concern that if they join NATO...
Irrelevant, since NATO was not looking towards Ukraine. Not at any point, okay? Not at any point.
You're saying that, but that's how do you, as a geopolitical actor, how do you know that for sure? Especially when you have
I need more than just
Russians in Crimea as well.
But that wasn't under threat.
I'm sorry, how do I know what?
Of course it was.
Why? What was the threat?
Because
they had a lease.
I'll explain to you why it was under threat. Okay, it was under threat for a couple reasons. But when you have the pro-Russian president get unconstitutionally couped in 2014, and now you have this country which prior had promised to not join military blocs is now looking towards NATO, right? There is a concern that if they join NATO, that you're saying that, but that's how do you, as a geopolitical actor, how do you know that for sure? Especially when you have
I need more than just a possibility. I need reasonable.
You had a coup. You had a coup. How can you trust this new government when they ignored their own constitution? They ignored.
What do you mean? Okay, this is just silly. This is an empty argument, because this argument, this current government has nothing to do with the supposed coup, because a new government was formed. Ukraine is not governed by the temporary government that was created after Yanukovych was ousted. A completely new government was formed. So the new government what?
Ignored Article 108, they ignored Article 111, and they disenfranchised millions of people, millions of Crimeans. And by the way, the UN had done polling in Crimea prior to this and found that most Crimeans would vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia. This was between 2009 and 2011.
Know for sure if
and
they
Pew
would,
Research
the vote they.
Actually, the poll said that they were looking favorably towards Russia, not that they would leave. It's not the same thing. Just so you know about that poll.
Well, hold on.
Vote they had was conducted under coercive force.
I'm almost done. I think less than 2 months following the annexation of Crimea into Russia, Pew Research went in and did a poll, and 88% of Crimeans said that Kiev should recognize the results. Only 4% said no, which is relatively in line with what the referendum was.
They were occupied by Russian forces.
Okay,
so don't say no.
When they weren't occupied, they wanted to leave Ukraine and join Russia. What about that?
Through a poll.
Through a UN poll.
Isn't a vote.
A UN, because Ukraine wouldn't let them have a vote. They tried to have a vote in 1992, and Ukraine said no.
No, actually, they didn't say they wanted to leave. They said, as far as I know, maybe I should revisit that poll, that they were looking favorably towards Russia as an ally or whatever.
Someone calling you up on the phone like, hey, buddy, do you want to secede from your country? You need an actual constitutional Congress. You need something actual.
Would Ukraine let them have that vote?
At the end of the day,
yeah.
At the end of the day.
Very, very, Lactoid, you will notice, is very selectively constitutionalist, okay? Very selectively. Well, then, if you're not gonna agree that it should have happened if you apply this argument to Crimea, then you should apply this as whole same argument to Yanukovych.
None of this justifies Russia coming in.
Of course it does.
And of course it does
course
not.
it
We
does.
would never let that happen in any other situation.
Ukraine
Russia
didn't let them
did
vote.
not let that happen.
No,
when Chechnya tried to secede, right? And when the Warsaw Pact broke apart, when the USSR broke apart, and Chechnya said, okay, we want to go away too. At the time, they were like, no way, Jose. And they came in with military force.
So you support that?
Stomped them down. I absolutely do not, because of the way they handled that.
Whoa, why don't you support
Because
that?
of again, as if you listen to that, because of the way they handled that.
What way did they handle it then?
Gross human violations of their rights.
The Ukrainians do that in the Donbass?
No.
No. So
No.
when Amnesty
And you know
says
why?
when Amnesty says that they were committing war crimes by firing unguided rockets in civilian areas, that's just thousands of people dead. Who cares?
So the
Lactoid TV has an average of 13 viewers according to AI. Wait, how many viewers on average do I have? I'm just gonna ask this question real quick. I'm not sure I'm the best person to be using this argument with. I have 7 people viewing me now. Also, this is an empty argument because there's a difference between skirmishes that happen in the Donbass and Russia bombing Chechnya to the Stone Age, okay? So I guess this is dishonesty. This is what we call dishonesty, okay? Ridiculous.
Go ahead.
You brought up the vote from Crimea, and so I've been looking into it. I have a question for
This
you.
is why. This is exactly why they should have brought someone else in, and not Wick. No offense.
In the 2010 election in Ukraine, which you mentioned,
Yes.
Viktor Yanukovych won 49.55% against Yulia Tymoshenko, who won 46.03%.
Yes.
The country was split from the east to the west,
Yep.
with the west largely, and this includes Kiev, largely being in favor of Tymoshenko, and the right being in favor of Yanukovych. Yanukovych.
By the way, people from the east also took part in Euromaidan, so that sort of also changed with as time went on.
His political opposition after this arrested and held for 3 years in prison.
But following 2010?
Yes.
In 2011, Yulia Tymoshenko was arrested for what is largely seen as political persecution and held for 3 years until Yanukovych was ousted.
Sure. And so
And not to mention,
and hold on,
during
let me respond to that.
Euromaidan, right?
Okay, why
the
not?
brutalities that Yanukovych was perpetrated,
in terms of the political,
was killed, brutal,
and 13 cops were.
was perpetrated on his people.
Oh my god, Lactoid is such a piece of crap. I cannot believe this. Alright, let's hear this again because the internet died for this apparently.
Well, 108 protesters killed, brutal.
And 13 cops were killed.
This is okay. So Yanukovych opened live rounds at protesters, okay? And this guy's response is, but yeah, it led to the cops being killed as well. What kind of an argument is that? Sincerely, what sort of an argument is that? Okay, why is the chemist not mastered yet? Oh, okay. That's why. Like, this is such a weak argument on his part that I don't even know what to say. He might have ordered the police to open live rounds on the protesters, but have you considered that cops have died as well? Have you considered that actually the cops have died? Huh? Poor cops. Don't you feel sorry for them? Oh boy. This is the level of debate that we're having. This is exactly why he will never invite anybody like Dylan Burns. Okay? Because you would have ate him alive with this sort of level of argumentation. It's ridiculous.
So in terms of the political, I guess, oppression that came following Yanukovych's election, I'm sure there's criticisms you can levy. I know Yanukovych had issues with corruption. I know that, in fact, Ukraine now has issues with corruption.
No, not nearly to the same extent. Not even close. Ukraine has done such stride when it comes to fighting corruption that I'm sorry to claim otherwise is just dishonest to the degree that I cannot accept. Like it's reported by people from abroad the level of corruption that Ukraine dealt with before 2014. Okay, it's not even funny. It's not an argument. What do you mean he had some problems? He wanted to make protests illegal. He ordered the firing of live rounds on protesters. And you tell me he had some problems? Get real or get out. Get real or get out, okay? This is ridiculous. Like, you cannot distort reality to this degree and be like, oh yeah, he had some problems. Yanukovych had some problems. A little bit here, a little bit there. But overall, he was a swell guy. Okay? Everybody loved him. No, nothing wrong. Nothing wrong happening there, okay? He definitely did not hire thugs to brutalize the protester, the tutushkas or whatever they call it. Definitely not. It's... The dishonesty on the display is... Again. Fido! Fido! Fido. Just need a little bit more. He had some problems.
But just because there are those issues doesn't mean that you can trample upon your own constitution.
Yeah, just because your president opens live rounds on citizens, decides to outlaw protests, just because he decided to not actually respect the deal that he agreed to step down. It doesn't mean, I'm sorry, once again, I'll repeat it once. I said it once, I'll repeat it again. Once a president decides that it's okay to shoot lives round at citizens, you lose the legitimacy to be the president. Okay? I think shooting live rounds at citizens goes beyond negligence as far as being president goes.
To remove a president and not expect separatism in the places, as you brought up, in the places that overwhelmingly voted for Yanukovych. In Crimea and the Donbass, it was...
I'm sorry to say, if overwhelmingly people in the Donbass were pro Yanukovych and pro-Russia, then why were millions of people displaced from that area during that time when Russia entered the country? What happened? That millions of people fled, and a lot of them fled to Poland. What happened there, Lactoid?
Overwhelmingly pro-Yanukovych. Do their votes not matter? Do you just get to replace this president
Let me
in
ask you this,
2014
Lactoid.
with somebody that was not democratically elected? Ignore your own
So
constitution?
this is completely false.
This is what led to the separatism, and the separatism and this new power structure in Ukraine, and this new power structure and separatism is what led to the 2022 invasion.
Well, let me ask you this. Had the U.S. backed and really wanted, right, Yanukovych, political enemy that he jailed for 3 years unconstitutionally, right? If he had wanted, if we...
Well, we don't know the
really,
details
really
about
wanted,
that, and you don't either.
If he had really wanted... No,
oh, now we don't know the details. Interesting. This is exactly what I mean when I say that he's a dishonest piece of shit, by the way.
The hypothetical that what Tim just said was accurate, and that was seen and pretty much seen as shady, as illegal, etc. So go with it. Run with me on this. Would that give us, the U.S., the right to go in with gun, tanks, men, and occupy and seek to...
The answer, Lactoid will say, is no, because Ukraine is in Russia's sphere of influence and not the United States. There you go. I've got the answer for you.
Annex parts of Ukraine. Would that have given us the right to do that? I don't believe you. I don't believe you if you say that you think that we would have that.
I think we have to talk about matters of scale. In the
matters of scale.
Yeah, no, for sure. Let me explain. In the event that the Constitution was violated, which we don't know if it was, I mean, we had an arrest warrant for Yanukovych issued in 2014, immediately after he left the country. You do have a history.
Fled the country, yes.
He left, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's pretty unconstitutional to, again, fire live rounds against your own citizens, but let's just ignore that, right? Let's just ignore all these things. Let's ignore it for... as well that Yanukovych actually butchered the constitution that existed before his rule and changed it to give himself far more powers as president as what he should have.
You can say he fled, it's because his car was shot at. If there's a constitutional issue with that, you can say there's major issues. You can, in fact, even potentially, if it's bad enough, if there's enough repression, that could potentially justify an invasion based on humanitarian reasons. There is, unless you want to say,
look,
well, hold on. Unless you want to say,
I'll say this.
Hold on a second. Unless you want to say, well, we can't invade a country even if, like, there's gross humanitarian violations, and then that means you can't, invading Nazi Germany is out of the question, the Confederate South.
What I'm saying.
So you can, if there's enough violations of the Constitution and human rights, that could justify potentially...
I mean, I hate to tell this to you, Lactoid, but a preventative invasion of Nazi Germany never happened, so... I'm not sure why you're talking about this example of something that actually never happened.
Humanitarian intervention.
Human rights.
But what I'm saying is this the Euromaidan was particularly egregious. We have a movement that, according to the last poll prior to the ousting of Yanukovych, had about 45% popularity and 48% unpopularity, primarily in the East. And you had the president...
Wait, when? When was that? When was that? I'm sorry?
But what I'm saying is this, the Euromaidan...
And this is exactly where we will notice the complete dishonesty of this guy, okay? Notice what he's about to say. Just take note.
Was particularly egregious. We have a movement that, according to the last poll prior to the ousting of Yanukovych, had about 45% popularity.
When was that poll conducted? Prior to the ousting of Yanukovych? Was it prior or during the Euromaidan? Was it prior or after he retreated from the accession, from the association agreement? Was it prior or after he wanted to delegalize protests? When was the poll conducted? I want the exact date on when the protests, when... Fido. Chodź. Masz. Masz. What I hate most about people like this is the manipulation of data with a smug face. When was this poll? Okay? Let me check it actually. Euromaidan poll This is after in 2019. Or whatever. Is there any way for me to check?
Popularity in 40.
Like, why isn't Wick asking these questions? Why isn't Wick asking when exactly was this poll conducted? Who? Like, when? But no, we will not get this from Wick, unfortunately.
8% unpopularity, primarily in the East. And you had the president removed, violating Article 108 and Article 111. And you had separatism. Well, to some extent, it does.
No.
The United States had help from France. We had a general, Lafayette, come in to help us leave the UK. Let me ask you this. Does the U.S., because, you know, we argued no taxation without representation, and I think nullifying your vote is essentially removing representation. Do the U.S. have a right to leave the UK, the England? Do we have a right to declare
independence? The parliament is the representative of the people. And the parliament voted out Yanukovych.
Sure, they were doing more than just that. They were disappearing people. They were giving people no...
According to Lactoid's argument, the revolutionists should have been squashed because the legitimate rule, okay, was the rule of the United Kingdom crown, okay? What a disanalogous example. if I've ever seen one. I'm sorry, but the equivalent of Yanukovych's government was the crown of the United Kingdom, not the American revolutionists. This is ridiculous.
No trial. They were just taking them off the street, right? But here's the deal. We don't live in 1700s anymore, and we're dealing in a world that is fundamentally different than back then. And to pretend that we're going to live by the same rules that we did back in 1700s, I think is folly. Look, none of this justifies. None of this justifies. And this is a principle, right?
What a weird analogy. Like comparing revolutionists in the United States that fought against the regime, actually, to the regime.
A country's sovereignty matters, and a foreign entity cannot use military force in order to violate.
Like in Lactoid's example, France would have to actually support the British crown for it to work.
Another country's sovereignty in order to solve a crisis that they themselves have helped serve up. Because if I may finish, Russia has a habit of doing this. Russia has done this before. They did it in Georgia. They took an internecine conflict that was in South Ossetia and I can't pronounce. Abkhazia. Abkhazia. Thank you. And they pumped money into them. They sent their little green men in there again, their little Russian soldiers, and they stirred up this conflict. Again, remarkably similar to how they behaved in Ukraine with the Donbass and with Crimea and these things. And they use this as an excuse, right, to go in with military force and take a slice, right? And today, even today, they occupy illegally 20% of Georgians' sovereign territory. Russia, and Putin specifically, continues to do this, and they play this game. So this idea that if we just stop funding Ukraine, it's not our problem, he's just going to stop, has not been borne out by the facts of...
Marcus Cuba was wrong for meddling in Portugal's sphere of influence too.
The matter. If someone continues to exhibit a habit of behavior over and over and over again, what is different this time? Let me ask you this, Simon.
You listed 2 times. That's less than the U.S. has intervened in other countries. We invaded Iraq. We invaded Afghanistan. We got involved in Libya.
This is what we call whataboutism, by the way. This is why you should have a... I'm not exactly... Okay. Okay, the US doing bad things does not mean that it's suddenly permissible for for Russia to do the same thing. This is so weak. Hey, but have you considered that the United States has done bad things too? Okay, I don't care. I don't what? Okay, I'll condemn those things as well. What the fuck? Like, this is stupid.
We didn't annex Afghanistan. We didn't annex
No, we replaced
Iraq.
the government.
But that's a fundamentally different
to a pro-Western government.
And again, I'm not here to support every single thing that the United States has done. And
I'm not here to support.
angels.
I'm not here to support every single thing the Russian government has done. I'm not. You can point out. And by the way, I'm actually critical of the Russian government when it comes to Chechnya. I think it's surprising that you're not, because. Or that you are, sorry. I think it's surprising that you are critical
I was about to say, do you
of the Russian government in
What the
Chechnya.
hell?
Because the same arguments.
Genocide,
yeah.
man.
Well, it's a little. It's not. I mean, no, it wasn't a genocide. But it was an annexation of a area that wanted self-determination, wanted to be separate because the Soviet Union had just collapsed. But under your logic of the countries are sovereign, we can't get involved. You should be against Chechnya. Because Chechnya was part of the Russian government, wasn't it? It was part of the Russian territory.
The U.S. should have gone in Chechnya.
Probably not. Just
probably not.
Hold on.
Indeed.
Just because of the expense and the kind of geopolitical reality on the ground. From a moral perspective, we would have been justified.
We would have been justified.
We would have strong justification.
Again, until the like the Balkans, right? When we went in, when NATO went in the 90s, right, and stopped the Serbian genocide that was happening there, that the Serbians were conducting, right?
NATO offensive.
Yes, that was good. That was something we should have done, right? And when it comes to the war crimes, like we talk about when war crimes justify intervention, Look at Bucha. What happened to Bucha? 400.
Bucha, not Buka. Okay, Buka? The hell? What? Hold on. I have to look up the Ukrainian pronunciation because now I'm just... Buka? What? No, it's still Bucha. Yeah, it's still Bucha. Hold on. Ukraińska mowa. Yeah, it's still Bucha, not Buka. Jesus Christ.
98 civilians massacred. Does that justify the U.S. getting involved? I think it does. Look at what they've done by stealing 20,000, at least, children, Ukrainian children, and disappearing them into Russia to serve with Russian families, to live with Russian families, and to be raised as Russian against the will of their parents. Does that justify?
Can you even?
This is called genocide, by the way. The children thing is definitely genocide. Transferring children from one group to the other.
Does that justify U.S.
Hold on. When you say against the will of their parents, what do you mean?
I mean,
whoa, okay. This is a new law. Lactoid's about to unironically try to justify Russian kidnapping of Ukrainian children. He's gonna say that it was not done against the... okay. If there's a topic that I can talk a lot about, it's this one, because that's actually the main thing that I've been focusing on each time I went to Ukraine. I've talked to an organization called Save Ukraine. It's an organization that specializes in rescuing kidnapped Ukrainian children. If there's a topic when it comes to Ukraine that I specialize in, it will be the topic of kidnapped Ukrainian children. So, for example, when we say that it was done against the will of the parents, it means, for example, that in the so-called hot conflict zones, children were separated from their families. Instead of sending them to safe zones in Ukraine where those parents reside, they would be taken to Russia. That is one example. The other example is taking the children to camps, to recreation camps, never to return to the parents. That is also against the wishes of the parents. Those are just two of the most obvious examples. Also, the kidnapping has been happening since 2014, not just since 2022. But well, let's see what Wick will say. Let's just. How much does Wick know about the kidnapping of the children?
That the parents, they're not allowed to see the kids.
Is that what's happening?
Yep.
Do you even know what the Russian...
Yes, that is 100% what's happening, of course. There are many cases when the Ukrainian children living in Russia were not allowed to see their parents. And the Russian authorities would tell the children that the parents do not want to see them, while creating obstacle after obstacle after obstacle for the parents to meet them. Yes.
An argument is on that?
I don't care why they're
orphans.
doing it. It's wrong.
They're orphans.
No. Oh my God. Okay, this is so pathetic. No, actually, not just orphans were kidnapped from Ukraine to Russia. That is such a pathetic argument, and just tells me that Lactoid has not prepared on this. Lactoid has no knowledge on this topic. Okay. First of all, even when children were kidnapped from orphanages, and that happened a lot, it does not follow that the kids were orphans. There were children in the foster system in Ukraine that were only temporarily placed there because their parents were or family was in difficult situation, and that created an interference from the state, and the children were temporarily taken away. But they would return to their families at some point. So not all children in the foster system of Ukraine were actually orphans without any family, relatives, or parents. That is an important thing to remember. A thing that Lactoid does not know, because again, Lactoid doesn't know what he is talking about. That is one. Second of all, not only children from orphanages were kidnapped, all children that resided in the so-called hot conflict zones were kidnapped, as well as children in the occupied territories were sent deeper into Russia to be Russified. So that already is a complete argument. That already this just. Fajdo! Masz. Nie, chodź. Chodź, Fajdo. Chodź. Fajdo. To claim that all... Can we see Fido? I can show you him for a little bit. If you donate on the page. I'll trust that you will. He is in here somewhere. You should be able to see him somewhere around here. It's pretty dark. Which also means that I need donations for a better lighting system. But yes, claiming that all the kidnapped children were orphans is, wow, such a blatant lie. In 2014, very famously, a bus of children going for vacation to a central area of Ukraine was famously stopped and taken to Russia instead. And those children were just kidnapped. It's ridiculous. Okay, yeah, sure. Wow.
And if the parents are identified...
Please say something. He's no idea what he's talking about.
They shipped them back to Ukraine.
That's not... Nope, they did not. No, they did not. They absolutely did not ship them back to Ukraine. Are you kidding me? They create obstacle after obstacle after obstacle after obstacle not to let that happen. After the kidnapping, they changed the children's names, they changed the children's surnames, birth dates, everything. I'm sorry, this is just ridiculous. They do everything in their power not to allow the children to be identified in the first place.
They're orphans. It is absolutely true. They're orphans in combat zones.
That is not true.
They are orphans in combat zones. That is 100% true. Now, you could say... Well,
no, not all of them were orphans. There were children that were in the foster system, but not all children in the foster systems were orphans to begin with. Not me.
Russia has an obligation to send the orphans to Ukraine. That could be a discussion. But again,
it's not a discussion.
Hold on. The framing here.
Do you not think children should be reunited with their families if we're able?
Wick, they're orphans. They don't have families.
Oh God! Oh my God! Oh, a lot of the children in the orphanage system had living relatives, had family.
They don't have families. It's in a combat zone.
That's not...
cases.
And if they
their parents are saying, "Give us back our kids,"
and every month when they identify parents, they do send them back.
No. Just prove it.
they are making
is
it
happening every
very,
month.
very hard
See,
to identify
you're all over the
parents.
place. First,
I'm not all over the place. You are all over the place.
No, first
Again, let me ask you one more
you're saying,
time.
let me
because
ask you one more time.
You keep not answering.
This guy has nothing. This guy has no clue. And the worst part is that Wick has no clue either. So it's like the blind leading the blind on this topic. Not all children in the foster system were orphans. Let's just get this out of the way. And even if orphans are orphans, they're still Ukrainian orphans, okay? To repeat it all again. Okay, even if we grant that Russia has any right to just take orphans and take them to Russia, okay? We're just gonna talk about the orphans, okay? Orphan children. Or any children for that matter. They should receive Ukrainian education. They should be treated like Ukrainians and not, it does not give Russia carte blanche to Russify them, because that is in fact taking one children from one group and transferring to the other, which is in the Genocide Convention, prevention and punishment of genocide. So, but I'm not sure if Wick is going to even go in that direction. Not even sure. It's frustrating. It's frustrating enough. How do you do this? How do you do this crap? Ridiculous. I am... Wow.
The question: does the Bucha massacre
Bucha.
justify? Because you have agreed that violations of human rights allow us or allow a
Wick
foreign
is not
country to go in
making strong
militarily,
arguments.
right? So if Bucha's not enough for
Bucha.
you, is them snatching these 20,000 orphans, as you call them, off the streets and disappearing them into the Russia? Is that not enough for you? What about all the other?
He
war
actually
crimes
does
that
believe
have
that
been
all the kidnapped children are orphans.
By the UN, by the ICJ, by the OSCE, right? By these other human rights watchdog groups that they know is happening in Russian-occupied Ukrainian territories, where they are forcing Ukrainian citizens to become Russian, get a Russian passport, and then they conscript the men and send them off to fight against Ukraine. Does that not justify?
Whoa. Hold on. We got a problem with conscription now? Okay, we got a couple questions here. Or
Yes,
a
if
couple
you are
explanations.
making someone...
Wick, please. A couple points here. First of all, you didn't know what was going on with the orphans. You were saying, oh, they're
Okay,
children.
first of all, the problem is not with conscription. The problem is with forcing people to accept the Russian passport in order to be conscripted. That's the problem. Second of all, they were not all orphans, even if they were in the foster system. I'm not sure how many times I have to repeat this, but whatever. I guess you just don't need to do any research and due diligence to speak on this subject, because we live in the era where when anybody can speak on any topic at any time and just speak out of their ass and it'll be fine, I suppose. I suppose this is the situation that we have found ourselves in. Like, you absolutely don't need to know what you're talking
This is
about.
Hold on,
absolutely happening.
Wick. For God's sake. You made the claim, oh, all these children and their parents are begging for them back.
In a lot of cases, yes.
And this is happening in the majority or the vast majority of cases. That's what was implied.
Yes.
The reality is they're orphans in a combat zone, and they're being moved out of the combat zone. There's a genuine discussion to be had as to whether or not the orphans should be sent to Ukraine or whether or not they should be sent.
Pure Russian
Hold
propaganda.
on.
It's
Hold
just not true.
on.
It's just not true.
Whether I let you finish, didn't I? Whether they should be sent to safer places, I did. Whether they should be sent to safer places deeper within Russia, away from the combat zone. I understand that Russia has annexed those areas, and there are people there now who the Russian government considers to be Russian citizens. And I also understand there's conscription occurring. The Ukrainian government is also conscripting people who don't want to fight. There's plenty of videos you can find right now of vans pulling up, grabbing people off the street, forcing them into the front line.
First of all,
the big reason why this is happening is
Again, this is just dishonesty on the display once again. More dishonesty. More dishonesty on the display, and it's not even... It's not funny. The problem, once again, is not the conscription. It's forcing Ukrainian people to accept a Russian passport. That is the problem.
Again,
hold on. A big reason this is
It's not the concept
is
of
because
conscription.
Ukraine is suffering from a critical manpower shortage, which is one of the reasons
That's
why
not
it's one of the
true. That's been
reasons
solved.
it's one of the reasons why they are losing.
Okay,
Now
where are you getting- hold
wanna
on.
Talk about,
Hey,
I want
you
to respond.
said
To,
you-
no, you laid out like 8 points. You want to talk about the Bucha massacre?
You keep talking about things, and we keep needing to address them because you bring up points that are just demonstrably
and
wrong.
I wait for you to finish.
General, no, you do not, sir. So
Sir.
the Army General Christopher G. Cavoli met April 3rd, right? He's the commander of EUCOM. He's the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO forces, right? He sat down in front of a session of Congress, right? An open session of Congress. And he talked about the Ukraine situation. This is very recent. In this, he testified, right? And I think he would be in a better position to know than you or I, considering the access to the intel he has,
You'd also
right?
be biased.
Right? Biased.
He's involved
And you're
in NATO,
not?
isn't he?
Okay. Yes.
I'm sorry, you're
but
not
he
biased?
He has the
I'm sorry,
duty. to
everybody is biased, okay? There is not a person without bias. Just stop BSing me. She's biased, yeah. The lactoid, the guy without bias, okay. Sure. The man without bias. Lactoid, the man with principles, the man without the bias.
the truth. Like, here we go. Like saying he's biased because he's a NATO general, right? He's testified that Ukraine has solved its manpower issues, and and it is currently in a better position today than it was last year.
I gotta. I suppose my issue with this conversation so far is I still don't understand why I should care about Ukraine. You guys are arguing humanitarian issues.
I mean, I know why you should care about Russia, because you've been paid to care about Russia, but that's neither here nor there. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
You want to talk about China and humanitarian issues? We can do that. I'm unmoved by the plight of a country that has nothing to do with us.
I think you're just incorrect when you say it has nothing to do with us. Again, our allies, Taiwan, for example.
So we should invade China.
Why?
Taiwan.
But you're definitely moved by the plight of the country that pays you to shill for them. You're definitely moved by the plight of that country.
Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, these countries rely on us as well.
I think if
China's
China-
been invading the South China Sea and sinking Vietnamese fishing vessels, they're building military bases.
Yeah,
Should we
and
invade mainland
Vietnam
China?
If
is...
they invade Taiwan, yes.
Well,
we have a bright red line.
They took over Hong Kong.
We have a bright red. Well, they took over
There were
Hong
mass
Kong
protests
because
trying to
of
shut it down.
Sure, but The
Hong Kong was a
British government had made a contract to give it back in so many years. That was a legal thing.
Is that the
You could say
authority of
that
a
was
foreign
wrong.
government to tell Hong Kong that they give up their rights?
The Hong Kong citizens, if you want.
The Hong Kong citizens aren't beholden to the will.
That's not how what the protests were after. The protests happened after China broke the agreement. That's not exactly how it went, how Tim Pool is presenting it.
Of the Crown of England. So when the protesters in Hong Kong started saying, we do not want the rule of mainland China, and China sent in tanks to crush them.
Yeah, that was wrong. That was horrible.
So like with Crimea, should the U.S. now get involved and support the people of Hong Kong and Southeast Asia in incursions against mainland China?
If we could send aid into Hong Kong, do you think we should? If we could send monetary aid to help smuggle people out, do you think we should do that?
Should the U.S. send...
well, can you answer my question?
I'll ask you a question first.
Sure.
Right. Should we sink the flagship of the Chinese fleet in the South China Sea?
If they invade Taiwan, yes. If they
Well, they
cross
invaded
that
Hong
line.
Kong.
Again,
The people of Hong Kong did not vote for that.
characterizing as invasion is a little bit different. It's a different context.
They sent in tanks.
Again,
The people
horrible.
the people fought back against it,
Horrible.
and they started disappearing them.
Horrible.
So what's the difference between Crimea and Hong Kong?
So in Crimea, there was no contract, right? So in Hong Kong,
I thought you
the
said,
British government
You said there was a lease that Russia had.
with Sevastopol, which is the
Sevastopol.
military. Sorry, pronunciations might.
So
kill
the
these
tanks
people.
that Russia had in Crimea were already leased to have been in there at the Black Sea port.
but not
so
to
Russia-
blockade the Ukrainian military bases there, not to lock down parliament there. Again,
wait.
The British, as I understand it, and again, I'm not an expert on China by any means, but the British had a agreement with the government of China that in 100 years that we're going to give back Hong Kong into China's hands. And the day came, and they did that. Now, I'm with you. China has done horrible things to the protesters in Hong Kong, horrible things indeed. And there might
And
be
the
an
Uyghur
argument.
Muslims.
Yes,
Our
absolutely.
interests, I think,
And
are
they're-
very much at risk with China right now, considering the seizures, the atolls they've built, and their declaration of
Let
ownership
me
of the
ask you
South
this.
China Sea.
Would you think it's beneficial then for us to stymie China's allies to hurt China's allies? Do you think making China's allies weaker would be in our best interest in the United States?
No.
No, why not? We're about to
Because
have
the
a
reason
conflict with China.
the reason I asked the question is that
I understand that's the
we-
reason you ask your question. but
the
this
reason we
brought
asked the
up another
question is that
question.
we have multiple conflicts around the world. And
Oh my
point
God,
was,
this is so
when
long.
you guys are debating the humanitarian issues of Ukraine, I'm sitting here being like, I literally don't care. No, like,
I know you don't care. Again, you only care when you're being financed directly. It's... Yeah, I know you don't care.
you're arguing with him. He's saying, you're saying we should be involved, and you're saying, but there's humanitarian issues. I know you're arguing other things too, but in that context, I'm just like, I literally don't care.
Let me explain my position a little bit more. So I think perhaps there's some agreement that me and Wick have on the extremes, which is that if you have a sufficient humanitarian crisis or a sufficient erosion of democratic principles or constitutional principles, that could justify intervention in circumstances.
Russia, the beacon of democracy.
Right? Like,
No.
okay, intervention in Nazi Germany. We all agree.
I mean,
There was no intervention
The
in
issue with
Nazi
Nazi
Germany. What do you mean? There was a war. There was no intervention in Nazi Germany. That never happened. Stop using that as an example.
it goes beyond humanitarian issues. The U.S. did not
So
invade.
does Ukraine and so does
the
China.
U.S. did not invade, storm the beaches of Normandy because of the Holocaust.
But if we knew about the Holocaust, and even if Germany wasn't doing all the other things that we invaded them for, I think that would have been sufficient reason to invade Germany.
So
right?
we should invade China now?
Germany was not invaded. Germany was at war with everybody. And Germany was an ally of Japan, which went to war with the US. What the okay.
I mean,
I'm
they're
not
giving
s-
forced abortions to Uyghur women.
I'm not. Let me explain. I'm not saying that we should invade China now. I understand there's a lot of
Oh my
there's
God.
it's a different situation, and we can go into the minutia of the different factors that are involved. But what I'm saying is that if you do reach a certain threshold, I think, and it's possible to intervene, I think that there is a justification to do so. The question here is, does Ukraine deserve U.S. intervention? Is it worth $200 billion? What are we getting out of this? What's Ukraine getting out of this, right? And
Ukraine's getting the right to exist.
From what I see is that really what's happening is, you said something a while ago that I thought was actually kind of profound. Your belief on the Israel-Palestine conflict is that Palestine needs to be allowed to lose. I sort of believe that about this as well.
What?
I think that by giving Ukraine weapons at this
Wick
point,
believes that
all we're doing is
Gaza
we might be
should be
slowing
allowed
the
to
progress
lose?
of the Russian military to some extent, but it's dramatically increasing the casualties, and the end result's going to be the same.
You may believe that, but that is demonstrably untrue by the facts of the matter. But I want to talk.
And it's not even a country.
Again, you keep
it's
saying
an
things that are
authoritarian.
just not true.
No, it is.
You keep saying things
You
that
can
are
look
just
this
not
up.
true,
You can look
that
this up.
The people who have
Should
much more
we invade Gaza?
access.
Do I think we should invade Gaza? Or?
Should we invade Gaza?
No, absolutely not.
Well, why not? There's a humanitarian crisis.
Again, there are levels of intervention, and this is why I asked you the question earlier about Hong Kong, about, well, in this case, would you be okay, not with military intervention, but with us intervening with aid money? Do you think that...
For Hong Kong?
For Hong Kong, yes.
I don't think we should be involved in it at all.
At all.
Yeah, at all.
Right? Well, this is where I disagree. I think that well, let me ask, are you an isolationist? I don't actually know.
What does that mean?
An isolationist is someone who doesn't want foreign involvements at all. So, for example, okay. So, let me ask your line then. At what point would it be sufficient? What do you care about? What would you care about
it's not ending,
in a foreign land that says, okay, the U.S. needs to get involved in this?
What does it mean by involved?
Whatever you think it means.
So, like a trade negotiation?
Perhaps
we're buying rare earths from China, so we negotiate a trade agreement. Involvement in that is fine.
So when I'm talking about conflict. So if there's a conflict in China, for example, with the Uyghur Muslims, would that be something you should care about? That, hey, we need to stop this from happening?
Yeah, that's a coin toss. I don't know that the U.S. involved in a conflict which could escalate to kinetic conflict, for which it's not a priority of the United States. There's an argument of, wow, it is really bad what they're doing. So maybe we just don't do business there. Maybe it's that simple. Maybe
that's a form of intervention.
Not really.
It actually is, though.
Saying I'm not going to buy bread from you is not me kicking your door in at your grocery store.
You're saying, I'm not going to buy bread for you unless you change this.
It's called a boycott.
I understand, but
There's
it is
nothing
a form
wrong
of
with that.
intervention. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm saying it's a form of intervention.
That's an extremely absurd definition of intervention. Which
I don't agree.
Okay, well then let's define this between kinetic intervention and purchasing boycotts.
There's a whole host of other types of intervention that we can do when we talk about this.
So when we're talking about, should the U.S. engage in forms of warfare, such as sanctions or kinetic conflict, psychological operations, cyber warfare, et cetera, the answer is no. Should we stop buying from them? Yep. Yeah, if there's a guy who he's got animals and he's a butcher and he tortures the animals before he kills them, I ain't buying from him. I'm not intervening. I'm just saying I'm not going to go. That guy's crazy.
Do you think there's any foreign situation where you would be in favor of the U.S. using a kinetic intervention?
Probably.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, like the most difficult position is, should we have gotten involved in World War II? When you have an expansion.
I mean, you didn't get involved just because you got involved. You got attacked by Japan, which was Germany's ally. So it's a silly question to ask. Okay, I'm gonna be back. I think Final Fantasy got bugged. I killed all the enemies and the level is not ending. So I might have to reset the game and just redo the level. Whatever. If you feel like being nice to me as I go to the toilet, then why not, consider, boom. Why not consider donating? I'll be right back. Yes, more drone attacks. That is correct. By the lovely, benevolent Russian state, yes. Yes, that's right. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ Almighty. Jesus Christ Almighty, the children thing. Oh. I have no clue what to do here. The level should be over, but it just didn't end, so I guess I'm resetting.
Power that is ethnically nationalistic, authoritarian. We did not
like
know
Russia, but go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit extreme considering the Holocaust, but we didn't know the Holocaust was happening before we invaded. There was speculation, there were concerns, but that's not the reason.
No,
for the
people
US
just didn't
intervention,
care.
and it
People
wasn't
just
until
didn't care
afterwards.
about the Holocaust.
But you basically had the collapse of Europe, the expansion, and don't forget, Nazi Germany was in North Africa. Not to mention the Italy, not to mention Japan. So this was a global war for which the U.S. largely stayed out of until the final few years. So even in the minds of the Americans, we should not be involved. It actually wasn't until we were attacked that we decided to actually get involved, which is
I
interesting.
think we should have gotten involved earlier.
Yes.
Probably. Well,
Do you think it would? Let me ask it this way:
It's a
Do
coin
you think
toss.
it would be better for the U.S. and the world had we gotten involved in World War II earlier than we did?
no,
No, why not?
because we don't know what would have happened had things played out differently. What we do know is the time frames by
What?
which we acted, we got a result that was largely beneficial until the prevailing powers created what's called the liberal economic order, which
If I'm sorry, but if the Allies won earlier, less Jewish people would have died. So yes, it would have been better. What the? Wow.
has created
okay.
instability and chaos for generations, and the U.S. entering a bunch of wars
Oh,
they've never
God.
declared. The Constitution of the United States effectively ended in the 50s with these declarations of, say, the IMF, the World Bank, etc. So there's it's an interesting conversation that actually was lighting up with Douglas Murray and Dave Smith the other day, and it's been one of the principal discussions on foreign policy now. There's a lot of concern over the worldview of people like Daryl Cooper, as well as Dave Smith and others, who have made arguments that Winston Churchill was a bad guy, which I think is largely silly. I think
How do I
the
pull the
circumstances
levers?
of World War II
Where are the
are
levers?
the offshoot of World War
I don't see
I.
any levers here.
World War I was high density nations in dispute for a variety of reasons, came to the industrialization of war, which then leads to the wars it was. It's
Whatever, I'll
easy to
just win
say,
again.
now 100 years on nearly, I would have done it better. Honestly, I have no idea. So if you were to say, should we have gotten involved earlier?
Yes.
Well, I don't know, because the outcome could have been substantially worse.
Sure.
Right now, what we know is the Nazis were very bad. They were authoritarian. They controlled their economy. They functioned not too dissimilar. The difference between the communists and the fascists and the Nazis was largely on their view of culture, traditionalism, and progressivism.
Oh my God.
So
No.
we don't want an expansionist, authoritarian system that takes everything over.
I agree that we don't
But
want.
I'm
the
sorry,
liberal
what? I'm sorry. The only difference between the USSR and the Nazis was their views on progressivism. What? This.
economic order has functioned largely like that,
Oh
only
my
slightly
God.
better in some respects.
I fundamentally disagree with that view. I think the liberal world order has made people more safe, more wealthy, and much better off than it was before. But that's another argument. We're talking about Ukraine, Russia today, and I want to, because you said something there that I do think is interesting, like that we don't want authoritarian expansionist powers, and I would argue
Like
that
NATO.
we should have. NATO, again, there's a difference between expanding at the point of a gun like Russia does, and there's a difference between expanding, say, hey, you want to join NATO? And there's like, you know what? I would like to join
if that's
NATO.
what had happened. But if you look at the history of Ukraine, that's literally not what happened.
Ukraine
What?
isn't joining NATO. It hasn't joined NATO. It wasn't even discussions to join NATO. It
is
got
now.
nixed. Right? It is now because of Russia's actions, but it's probably not going to happen.
And the conflict is largely predicated upon NATO
But again,
expansionist policies.
once again,
Wait.
you have said
NATO countries are saying to this day that Ukraine will not be allowed to join NATO. So, what discussions are we even talking about? What are these discussions? What are these mythical discussions that are happening? Who is having them? Germany and the US famously did not allow and still do not allow Ukraine to join NATO. So I have no clue where this is coming
that,
from.
like, oh, it happens in the case of NATO that is just the same as Russia doing the guns. But no, NATO has largely expanded through voluntary joining. This has
Largely.
happened. Can you give me a country that you think that has joined NATO under coercion?
Right now in Romania, they've removed the populist right-wing candidate from being able to run for no reason. In France, Marine Le Pen has been
For
accused.
no reason. Also, NATO did not remove it. What does that have to do with NATO? That was done by the Romanian court, first of all. So this has nothing to do with NATO. Also, it was not without reason. It was because of electoral intervention, you dumbass. So it has the Romania thing has absolutely nothing to do with NATO. I don't even know why this was brought up. What is this?
of
What
money
does that
laundering.
have to do with joining NATO?
How is
Romania
it?
has Romania.
How
has
can
been
I
forced to
determine
do-
whether or not the population of a country is willfully joining a nation when they remove its leaders?
Okay,
So
when
if
do you
Russia,
think that
if Russia
France
ousts,
join NATO,
What do you mean remove its leaders? The populist candidate only won first round. There was a second round to happen. He didn't win and was ousted. the results of the first round were cancelled and the vote was to be repeated. He was not even removed from being able to run again. So he was not removed from the vote. He literally had a cache full of various weapons because he and his co-conspirators were planning to coup the Romanian government. I mean, that's a whole separate issue, but yes. The reason why the first round of the election was overturned was not because of that. It was because of the whole meddling in the election thing. But yes, he was later arrested, actually, because of the whole thing that was uncovered, yes. But that was a whole separate thing. So you are correct about that. I don't know, I'm frustrated. The twisting of information on the display. It's disgusting. It is really disgusting. Like the fact that this lactoid guy said with a straight face that all of the kidnapped children, and there are far more kidnapped children, only 20,000 are reported, that's first of all. And second of all, trying to tell me that all of the kidnapped children were orphans is beyond laughable. Okay? Like, I understand that this might be information that's not super readily available, but not even all the children in the foster system were orphans. Not to mention that not all children that were kidnapped were in the foster system.
Ukraine's leader.
If USAID funds protests in
Again,
Ukraine,
Ukraine isn't joining NATO.
So-
Hold on. The few days before the invasion, a demand was said, "Don't you promise never join NATO?" Why didn't they just say, "Yeah, sure, we'll never join NATO. NATO will never
Because
accept them"?
a country
The
has
kidnapped children are the topic that I feel sort of uniquely qualified to discuss, considering that I've done quite a lot of interviews with the organization that saves the kidnapped children.
the right to make its own choices.
You said they're not joining NATO, so if they're not joining it, why not they just say, "Yeah, we're never going to join"?
Because you don't let a foreign power come in and tell you what you can and cannot do. You say, if we're going to exist as a country, we have
Irrelevant. It doesn't matter what Ukraine would want if NATO would never allow them to join. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, if NATO was not about to let Ukraine join, then it doesn't matter if Ukraine would say we won't join or will join. This is such a silly argument on Lactoid's part, but he knows it because he's very dishonest. Lactoid is a dishonest person, shock of all shocks.
to be at least somewhat independent and being able to make our own decisions. They don't want to be a puppet of Russia.
Okay, so they were never going to join it.
But I still want an answer.
They were never going to
just
join
real quick,
it.
I still want an answer from you, Tim.
On what?
Which NATO country has joined through coercion?
So my point is, I cannot assess which country is joining of their free will when we know in these countries they forcefully remove opposition to NATO. When a president starts to rise up, say Marine Le Pen, and she says we want to leave the European Union, so they accuse her of crimes, criminally charge her and remove her.
Did she do those crimes?
We don't know, and probably not. The argument
That's why they hold a trial to be able to find out. But
hold on. You're right. You're right. He's completely correct. He's completely correct. You are completely correct. Crimea separated from Ukraine by a vote that was completely legitimate, and we all agree.
Of course, except for, again,
except
in
that
UN
one.
Resolution 68, they disagreed.
Oh,
because there was evidence that it was under coercion.
So the
if you
people
have
who are
evidence
so the people
that
who are
Marilee
largely on the
Le
side
Pen
of
was
opposing
being
Russia.
set up,
So the people who oppose Russia have argued that the election that happened in Crimea is invalid. My point is, you have chosen to respect only certain administrative procedures and not others.
Absolutely.
My position is neutral. We know that they've criminally charged Marine Le Pen. We don't know if it's true or not.
If it is true, should they charge her?
If Marine Le Pen committed a crime, should she be charged?
Yes.
It's a question. Yes.
Should she be removed?
No.
No, why not? Why do you think? Well,
Because
I guess it depends
democratic
on the crime, right?
countries allow for people to vote. So previously in France, when other
Do you think
politicians
felons should be able to vote? Like convicted
Yes.
people sitting in prison right now should be
not in prison.
Not in prison?
There's due process restrictions, but once you
So,
get out, your rights should be respected.
If her criminal conviction involved jail time, and I'm not sure it does because I'm not quite up on that case specifically, but say 5 years in jail, do you think she should be able to run from a jail
Yes.
cell? Interesting.
Yes, because in a democratic institution, a democratic country, the people decide. You can't simply have a judge bang a gavel and say
That's not true.
the people no longer have a right to
I
vote.
can't decide to take away your guns. I can't vote on that.
I mean, the US is the last place that should be talking about being able to do things from a prison, considering that prisoners in the United States don't have the right to vote. Okay? So that's a laughable argument from a US patriot, unless Tim Pool is opposed to
I can't
that.
decide to stop you from speaking, to deplatform you. I can't vote on that. And
Yes,
we
you can.
understand that. We understand that because
what-
we have a constitution
you can
that
do that.
protects this. We understand that in a democracy, there are certain things.
That's not correct.
Wait, hold on. Do we care about constitutional rules now? Just want to ask. Like, do we care about
We care
constitutional
about
processes?
principles.
Do we care about
I mean, you
constitutional-
didn't care about these processes when you were talking about Crimea, Lactoid, so you're the last person that should be talking about constitutional processes, because your argument against it was, well, Ukraine was never going to let them vote, so you don't care about it. You only care about it when it suits your argument.
Care about principles, and sometimes principles comes into conflict,
Yeah.
and you have to decide the higher principle.
Right.
And when you have a principle of sovereign territories should not be invaded militarily with lethal force by foreign powers to stop them from resolving their internecine conflicts, I think that does rise above some legalese in a constitution.
So what-
I think that's fundamentally a different thing.
I have a question.
I think your position here really it's very convenient, right? Because
It's very convenient because it's very correct.
No, it's very convenient because if the people there, if they're powerless to stop their oppression, and now your position is, well, other countries they can't go in and help the oppressed. Well, that's very convenient, right? Now they have to stay oppressed because hey, other countries.
I
Can't.
know it is, which is why the other streamer that you watched did not watch this till the end.
Go in. You'd be against the French sending
Just
Lafayette
saying.
to help us in our revolution against the British. You'd be against the U.S. getting involved in Afghanistan for moral reasons, and Iraq and Libya and Syria. You're just like you're an anti-interventionalist across the board, surely.
Of course not. And I've already recognized that there are severe, extreme circumstances where, yes, intervention, you probably should do that.
Should we have-
I gave you an example. In the 90s, when we invaded the Balkans, right, and NATO did all that and stopped the Serbians from
The only reason I'm still doing this because I'm doing a little bit of a longer stream because I'm trying to earn more audience and I'm trying to also gather funds, okay? I have to gather funds. There are things that I need to do and I need your help. Yours in particular. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy.
Fight all these people. That was good.
Should we have invaded Iraq?
Ooh, that's a good question. Which time? Gulf War?
Either.
Gulf War, yes. The other time, probably in hindsight, no. But
Why did we invade Iraq in the Gulf War?
Because they were taking over Kuwait, which was a sovereign country, which was pleading for our help, and which was our ally.
And then what about the second time?
The second time, it was because we were sold a lie that there was weapons of mass destruction. Had there actually been weapons of mass destruction, there might have been a case there. And had we actually believed there were
I had to
weapons
take
of
a
mass
break in
destruction,
between.
Then fair enough. But
Should we have intervened?
I think
Should
in
we take
hindsight,
a break?
it was a mistake.
Should we have intervened?
I mean,
in
you
Libya?
still have Final Fantasy Tactics
I'm
to
not
watch.
familiar enough about Libya to make a decision on that, unfortunately.
The actions of NATO resulted in the death of Muammar Gaddafi, which resulted in the reignition of the North African slave trade and tribal warfare. And the country's in relative chaos right now. I'm wondering for what reason NATO got involved in Libya and why did we do this?
I don't know enough about Libya to say. I'm just going to.
It sounds to me like a
now.
dominant international power intervened in a local nation's conflict and overthrew their government.
In certain cases, if you're asking me,
So
that
you tell
if
me,
everything America
all
and
the
NATO has
people that
done
are
has been
still
wise
here
or
in the
correct,
chat,
I would say no.
should
There
we,
are obviously instances
take a
where I
break?
think we should not have gone in. Vietnam is a good one, right?
Should we be involved in Syria?
Now
Ever?
there's a yes. I think we have interest in overthrowing a monster like Assad. Yes,
It
because
sound-
he
it-
destabilized his people, and I think
How did he do that?
again by severely oppressing the people who would rise against him. I
Like,
think
what does that mean?
chemical weapon attacks, mass
Bombing.
graves. Again, look at what happened after Syria, right? After I'm sorry,
Bombing
the
cities.
rebels took
Like
back
his
Syria,
dad.
right?
Sorry,
And
that
what they
make
found,
girls
again,
eat
I'm not
snakes.
for that. That's bad, right?
Bite
But
heads
they
off of
found
snakes.
that doesn't make Assad good. That doesn't make Assad better, even because
True.
again, the prisons found in Syria
That is
where they
true.
had people who hadn't seen daylight in years, just mass prisons, was horrific. Again, I am not
the
saying
US
that
do that to
every
anybody?
intervention is good.
Does the U.S. do that with prisons?
No. Absolutely
To the
not.
extent that
People are in solitary
Syria did,
confinement
no.
People are in
Oh,
solitary
wow,
confinement
Tim
for
Pool is
extended
just
periods,
stupid,
maybe
it
years,
seems.
For instance, without...
Are you
Again, that's
kidding?
incomparable to what Syria does.
What does Syria do?
Syria has mass prisons that they throw people in for simply opposing the government, for simply just.
What does that mean, opposing?
Yes, the US absolutely locks people in places without any light and just walls them in, breaks them in, and leaves them for years without any sunlight. Yes, that absolutely. What the what? Is Tim Pool stupid or this level of dishonest? I know he's this level of dishonest because he did accept blood money from Russia, so that's a little bit of a, you know, like.
The
Does
government.
Ukraine arrest people and imprison them for opposing the government?
Yes, but do you think these are the look? This idea, okay, and these
Yes, absolutely. Ukraine is just Syria, Assad Syria 2.0. Yes, you win. Brilliant. Yes, absolutely. What the? Wow. Okay. Wow. Yes, absolutely. Ukraine just goes out there and gets them all. You got me, as Walter White said. You got me. Come on. You cannot be serious.
comparisons you guys are trying to draw here
Directly to
between
Ukraine?
Syria and USA.
Yeah,
Right?
it's stupid to
Syria
compare
and
Ukraine to
Ukraine
Syria. Yeah.
are insane to me. I think
Well, it's not an argument. That's not an argument.
I understand, but I'm
So I'm
about to
asking you-
make my
I'm-
argument
I'm-
after I say it's insane. I feel it's insane because, in which I make my argument, right? I feel it's insane because of scale, the matter of scale. These things matter.
Not
It's
just scale, the methods. Are you truly saying that the US or Ukraine are using comparable methods of treating its prisoners? Are you kidding me? Is this a joke? On Wick's part right now?
water, right? It's good to drink. It's okay to drink. If I splashed you with water, it'd probably be bad, but it wouldn't be as bad.
It's not
as if
just
a
about scale.
tsunami
Are you
or a
killing me?
flood or
You're
any-
killing me,
like
Wick.
a biblical type of flood came in and drowned you. So just because a thing, right, can be bad doesn't
Wow.
mean that scale doesn't matter.
Oh,
When it
God.
comes to Syria, the scale matters.
It's not
And
just
when it comes
about
to Russia and
scale.
Ukraine, look, I'm not here to say
Syria
that
bombed
Ukraine has been
cities,
perfect,
used
that Ukraine is this perfect country.
gas.
I am saying that when you look at the scale, we're talking about a glass of water. versus
Literally locked people in torture cells and just bricked them off. What the hell? What is this crap about scale? How did we get here? And how do we get out, for the love of God?
is a flood. A flood that is Russia.
Oh my
war
God.
crimes in Bucha, right?
Bucha,
Russia's war
not
crimes in the
Bucha.
occupied territories. That
The
it
hell is
does.
a Bucha?
Russia's war crimes in Chechnya. Russia's war crimes in almost
Bucha.
every conflict it's been involved in. Massively outscale anything you could say Ukraine has done. And
So what happens if right now we just stopped Ukraine and said no more funding, we're done, we're out? What would happen?
So first of all, that sends a signal to nuclear proliferation expands. Japan starts to want to get nukes. You have all these other smaller countries that say, you know what, we need nukes now.
Poland already actually went that route. Like I've already heard the Polish Prime Minister Tusk saying that the main lesson that Poland should draw from Ukraine is that it should not have gotten rid of its nukes, and that Poland should control some form of nuclear weaponry. So there we go. I've done some Polish politics on the side while reacting to this. That is actually what happened. Poland is actually thinking about nuclear weapons now. Whoops.
Now, because we can no longer rely on the global world order to protect us, which has been protecting us before.
Or rather on the nuclear umbrella from
so
the
now
United
we need
States.
nukes for ourselves, so we can
precise.
be a sovereign nation and not worry about a greater power coming in and taking us out. So that's the first thing that happens. The second thing that happens is China takes Taiwan. It shuts down trade in the Bering Strait, I'm sorry, not the Bering Strait. My bad. The Taiwan Strait, right, where about $2 trillion a year of commerce goes through, and it just shuts that down because it can. And you have land grabs by smaller countries, each trying to take pieces of each other, because Ukraine is really a domino, and once it falls, it's going to listen to this
Real quick,
cascade.
For clarification, you're saying that the structure of the liberal economic order right now relies on us staying in Ukraine. Is that
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, in a very real way. And
I mean, it does depend. Yes, the liberal order does depend on countries keeping to their obligations. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. If, if the word of a state to another state would mean anything and not be just empty words that can be broken at any time. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. That would be pretty nice, wouldn't it? I'd like it. Oops.
Again, Taiwan is looking at us. We have our NATO allies looking at us. We have other countries looking at us. We have our enemies looking at us. How are we going to respond? Are we actually going to stand up for the values that we say that we hold? Or when we say we will support Ukraine no matter what, do we actually follow through on that? And they're looking to see if they can trust us to keep our word.
The new government,
and if we do
our new government
not,
has not said that we're going to support Ukraine no matter what, and that would be a wild standard to have. I'm curious why you support Taiwan, because if you have this standard, well, we can't get involved. Even if the population there really wants to leave and perhaps has justification to leave and be a separate country, we shouldn't get involved. Why is the U.S. arming Taiwan? Why are we involved in Taiwan?
Yeah, that's stupid.
And shouldn't we just kind of say, well, we can just, let them be part of
we
China?
set a red line in Taiwan that
Why?
if China decides to take over using military force,
Yeah.
we will stop them.
Why-
Because we recognize that there are fundamental, specific...
Also, Luckily never even demonstrated that Crimea actually wanted to leave. So
interests that are good for America that run through Taiwan. First of all, we get a bunch of chips from them, which we put in.
I understand. I understand. I'm not.
like
What I'm asking.
that.
What I'm asking.
There's a lot of trade that went through the Taiwan
I'm going. I'm
Strait.
going towards the principle that you elucidated earlier, when you were saying that there's this principle of national sovereignty, and that countries shouldn't be interfered with by outside powers, even if certain sections of that country want to be independent. Now, it's clear that Crimeans wanted to be independent. They wanted to be separate.
How is it
And the
clear?
When you say
Hold on.
interfered,
And their contract
need to
was
clarify.
the rest of Ukraine was violated when the Constitution was thrown away in 2014. So why are you okay with the U.S. intervening in Taiwan? This also kind of breakaway.
this completely ignores the fact that Yanukovych agreed to step down and organize early elections, but whatever.
area, but you're not okay with the Crimean people wanting to leave Ukraine.
Because again, just like I would be okay if instead of like if Taiwan wanted to hold a vote, hold a referendum now, right, today, right, with the situation it has now, they aren't under occupation right now, at least not in any real way. They could hold that vote, and they have several times to do we want closer relations with the mainland of China and things like that. And you have fights politically where they elect leaders that go closer to China, go away from China, things like that. If they were to say, you know what, we just want to rejoin the motherland and we are done being our own separate thing, and there was no or not enough coercive force, then we should probably let that happen. But if China came in and does what they want to do, which is send boats, missiles, and troops to occupy the nation and force the issue, then yes, I think we absolutely should stop that.
I feel like you ignored something that I brought up earlier.
Because that's what Russia did.
Oh, sure.
Crimea.
No. I feel like you're ignoring something that I said earlier. In 1992, Crimea declared independence from Ukraine, and they were going to hold a referendum to have a vote. The central government in Kiev said, no, you don't get to have that vote. You have 1 week to withdraw the referendum with the threat of force. So when you keep saying, well, the Crimeans should have been allowed to vote without Russian interference, I agree. The Ukrainian government wouldn't let them. And they also wouldn't let them in 2014. And so that's why the Russians intervened in Crimea, for also some political, obviously geopolitical reasons as well. But the people of Crimea, you keep saying, nonsense. Let me ask you, in 1992, is it,
No, Tim, you should withdraw now, and the US is going to become greater like never before. But also mass renuclearization of everybody else. But hey, it's not seem like a big deal. Kyiv, okay, the proper pronunciation and spelling is Kyiv. You know what? Let's just Google Crimea Declaration of Independence 1992. Ah, 1992 Crimean Constitution. After a referendum on 20th January 1991, Crimea regained its status as an autonomous Soviet Social Republic, as this was months before the declaration of independence of Ukraine on 24th August 1991. By December 1991, internationally recognized Crimea was at the time part of the Ukrainian SSR, which was one of the constituent republics of the Soviet Union. Okay? On 26 February 1992, the Crimean parliament changed the name of the region from the Crimean ASSR into the Republic of Crimea, and the Ukrainian government with the objective of allowing them more self-governance. On May 1992, Parliament declared Crimea independent and adopted a constitution which was yet to be approved by a referendum to be held 2nd August 1992. On May 1992, the same Parliament inserted a new sentence into this constitution stating that Crimea was part of Ukraine. Uh-oh! Oof. So even on May 6, 1992, the same parliament inserted a new sentence into this constitution stating that Crimea was part of Ukraine. Are we back? Can somebody give me a signal if you're back? Is anybody still here? In this beautiful land of stream? Alright, we're still here. Consider donating. But yes, Raktoid very conveniently ignored that On May 6, 1992, the same parliament inserted a new sentence into this constitution stating that Crimea was part of Ukraine. So, yeah. The Ukrainian parliament convened on May 15 annulled the Crimean Declaration of Independence and gave the Crimean parliament 1 week to cancel the referendum. In June 1992, the parties reached a compromise. Crimea would be designated the status of autonomous republic and granted special economic status, contingent on Crimea's amendment of its constitution, including proclaiming the peninsula as autonomous integral part of Ukraine. And they did already state that Crimea was part of Ukraine. The revised constitution of Crimea was adopted on September. In May 1994, the Crimean parliament voted to restore the May 1992 constitution, although this was abandoned by September of that year. So, no, Lactoid is completely lying about this whole thing. Just, what the... Of course. Why am I even surprised about this?
Deny the truth that in 1992 Crimea declared independence and Kiev said no?
I don't deny.
So when you keep saying, well, the Crimeans should have had a vote themselves, and you have Kiev not letting them have the vote.
Also in the same year, 1992, the Crimean parliament inserted into its constitution that Crimea is a part of Ukraine. Are you going to ignore that truth, Lactoid? Yes, you are. Of course you are.
I'm confused as to your actual standard here. Why do you support Taiwan?
Do you think that the United States should have allowed, during the Civil War, the South to secede?
No, because they didn't have their constitutional rights violated.
What constitutional
if they did,
rights in 92 were violated from Crimea?
Hold on. So the Soviet Union collapsed. We're talking between 1990 and 1992. There was a first referendum in 1991 in which the Crimean people overwhelmingly voted for autonomy. There was a second referendum in 1991 in the Crimeans and really the rest of Ukraine voted to leave the Soviet Union. And then literally within a year of the Ukrainians having a referendum to leave the Soviet Union, right, which was arguably legal at the time.
Arguably legal.
The Crimeans say, well, we're going to have a referendum to leave Ukraine. And the Ukrainians said no. So the Ukrainian people, when they wanted to...
No, that's not true. There was no referendum to leave Ukraine in 1992. Again, they declared independence to be independent, but on May 1992, the Parliament of Crimea, the same parliament, inserted a new sentence into this constitution stating that Crimea was part of Ukraine. So that's a blatant lie on the part of Lactoid, of course. What else would I expect? A lie that is dispelled by a 3-second Google search, of course, naturally, as always, in this case. As always, as happens when such cases arise.
Vote. It was denied to them. And then in 2014, when they wanted to have a vote, it was denied to them as well. The OSCE refused to come in and monitor that election in Crimea, despite the fact that the Crimeans invited the OSCE to come in and monitor the election.
Angels.
Well, hold on. The fact that you keep saying, "Oh, they're not angels, they're not angels." I understand.
Sure.
I'm saying they're.
None of this
I'm saying they're.
None of this
we're on the
justifies
point.
Russia
We're on
aggression.
No. You keep saying, "Let's get back to the point." But this is the thing.
It is not. It's
This is the
obfuscation.
thing that justifies intervention.
Obfuscation.
This is the thing that justifies intervention.
not.
When you have
It does not, since you've lied about what happened. God, oh my gosh. How long have we been streaming? Oh, gosh. Six hours. Well, unfortunately, Europe does not have the guts to do that, so... What's this? Who opened the floodgate? Ramza did. I love how he has animated mustache. Yes, Your Excellency. Gather the soldiers and attack the Hokten. We can't even move because of the water. Neither can they, and that's our edge. Those are chance to make them think we won't attack. We must move now. That's not a good idea. What? Nobody wants you to be a king. Come in. You understand your death won't be a waste. Everything is guided by the will of Saint Ajara. Is he a decoy? The real Sid and Ramza have escaped, of course. Good. Pray that Ramza will take care of the rest. Take care of the rest, Ramza. Having lost their leaders, the high priest proposed a mediator for the armies. But since they were both still strong, they refused. I headed for Limbury looking for Alma. Douchebag. Douche canoe. Are we still here? Please tell me we're still here. I'm seeing facts in front of me. I'm choosing to ignore the facts and construct my own narrative, using whatever I choose to fit my argument. Because of my program, we don't using facts and only scripts. Perfect. Like, this pisses me off so much. Like, come on. Like, really? Like, the Crimea thing was such a blatant lie. One moment, I'll do something real quick. goodness, I'm so annoyed. All right.
Area that is denied a Declaration of Independence, denied the right to have a referendum, and then when they vote for a president, fine, we're under your constitution.
Let me see. The referendum was not to leave Ukraine. The referendum was to approve a constitution that had written in it that Crimea was part of Ukraine. So I will repeat because it was I probably got interrupted by the internet dying. What happened was not Crimea wanting on a referendum to leave. It was Crimea wanting to certify a constitution, which said, by the way, that it was a part of Ukraine. And Ukrainian parliament said, no, you will not ratify this constitution, you will ratify a different one. That's it. That's it. That's it. Ridiculous, I know. But it happens with dishonest.
Rule, that constitution is
but that is the saddest thing, is that WIC will not know this.
Broken, and the president that they elected gets thrown out unconstitutionally, and now they're like, well, we want to leave, and then Ukraine says no, and the OSCE says we're not going to monitor it because Kiev didn't authorize this referendum, and then you say, oh, but then the Russians come in, nothing justifies this. Let me ask you, like, at what point would Russian, like, it seems like your standard is they'll never be justified.
Wow.
So,
in March of 95, Ukrainian parliament abolished the Crimean constitution.
Yep.
All laws and decrees contradicting those of Kiev, disarmed the bodyguards of the government. That's crazy.
They've been bullying
Ukrainian National Guard troops entered the residence of the leader of Crimea, seized it, and forcefully took it over.
Yeah, look in 1992 as well.
Wow.
The whole story.
That was in 95. That was, no,
in 1992. I'm looking. I'm looking at 1992. And I've already shared my findings with you, so.
Yeah, I believe that was.
That was in 95. There's this has been going on since 91. There's 91, 92, 95, 96.
When the Soviet Union fell, Crimea said, we're our own place. Kiev said, we won't let you do that.
Yep.
And so then
That's not
over the
what
next
happened.
few years, Crimea had established its own forces and constitution, declared independence, and then Kiev invaded and took it over.
I'm not here to argue.
That no. That's absolutely not what happened. It is absolutely not what happened. Wow. Okay. I guess we're writing our own alternative history now. We're playing What If Alt Hist in real time. Wow. What was the article that he was reading, by the way? In 1994, the legal status of Crimea as part of Ukraine was backed up by Russia, who pledged to uphold the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Whoa, 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 hold on, what's this? Oh, okay. This is so dishonest. They showed it on screen. Oh my fucking god. You're kidding me, right? Oh my god. Okay. Wow. This is brilliant. Brilliant.
No.
Again, there's been
You're about to,
a lot of
You're
evidence.
about to totally misquote the actual history on this once again.
Yeah.
When it comes to Crimea, okay, as Tim just pointed out, 1995, 1996 there was
Yeah,
also a
1995 when the president of Crimea decided to just disband the Crimean parliament. You forgot to mention that. Heavy. What the? Wow. We're I hate this so much. I hate Lactoid so much. What a... Calm down. Calm. Okay, calm. I must become a calm person. Okay? I must become one with the universe. Let's see if Fake Cal Parker has done a segment. Let's see. If any new segments have arrived. Oh my god, no new segments. Wow, okay. I've been betrayed by Fake Cal Parker. I see. Okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. I see how it is. I think we're gonna finish for tonight. What do you say? We're like we've streamed for 1 billion hours. So yeah. We're gonna continue this during the day. I have to rest. So yes. What is Environmental Coffee House? Is this someone that you'd like me to raid? Is that it? Would you like me to raid those people? I can. Okay, I'm gonna raid them if I can. Okay, I guess I can. Okay, I'm raiding them. I'm raiding Environmental Coffee House. Thank you. I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna see you tomorrow, which is today. Thank you for all the help, all the donations. I appreciate each one of you. And if you decide to support me while I'm offline, I won't be mad. I need all the help that I can get, okay, currently. Thank you. Thank you all. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, little boy. Goodbye, little boy.